Hi, hello. My name is Mr. C of Europa Critic, and welcome to Nollywood Film Club podcast. Yeah, this is a big one. You can tell by the length. Yeah. Please look at the timestamps if you want to jump through sections. Look at the timestamps in the description. I won't waste too much of your time. There's a lot to get through. Okay. Hopefully you're doing chores and we can actually help you get through something. But without further ado, please enjoy Nollywood Film Club discussing Gangs of Lagos. The first ever Prime Nollywood original, in Gangs of Lagos. So yes, if you're new here, welcome to Nollywood Film Club. We discuss movies every Sunday, 6 p.m. West African time, and we will discuss the things that are good, the things we like, the bad, the things we didn't like, and then if we have time, we'll do pushback, and we'll argue about what we don't like and what we liked, and then we'll do a summary at some point. All right, that out of the way, let's talk about some of the things we liked about Gangs of Lagos. I don't have my timer here with me, but you know the drill. All right, Vanessa, let's start with you.
Fun. The 1 week where I don't want to be the one to start, you call me back.
You weren't even supposed to be the one. It should really be to me, but I don't know
Ooh,
whether
look at
his.
you throwing shade. No wahala.
No. He came on. He did come on first. He requested to be a speaker first, but his thing went off for whatever
Okay,
reason.
if you say so.
Mm.
Um, I guess good. Um, hmm. Oh, okay. It started out good for me were the child actors in the first act of this film. Um, I really enjoyed seeing them. They seem to have a lot of they not seem to they had really good chemistry with each other. The kid from Ikorodu Boys, pretty good. Um, the child who plays Ify, I've seen him in a couple Nollywood productions. I think he's also pretty good. The little girl who played what's her name? Ebon, also really nice. I just really liked the first act of the film with the young kids, so that was nice. Um, another good. Okay, another good is Chioma, um, Chioma Chukwuka. Um, in in the last couple films I've seen her in, she's given pretty standout performances, even in films that everyone else was doing nonsense. Chioma seems to be pretty grounded as an actor. I guess this is due to her years of experience. I just really like seeing her in things. Um, it's weird. A lot of the things I've seen her in recently have been supporting roles, and she sort of like stood out even in those supporting roles. And I think, y'all put Chioma Chukwuka as fronter for your films. Come on, you know you can do it. You know you want to do it. Um, who else? Oh, okay. This might be an unpopular opinion because I know it might be polarizing. So people might think she did too much. But I actually didn't mind Iyabo Ojo in the couple scenes that she was in, especially the scene at the door, um, where she laid that not so much ikpe that was actually an ikpe. Um, that little self-fulfilling prophecy that she said about her son. Um, I I really I really liked the look on her face as the door shut on her face. I thought that was a pretty good performance. And even the performance when he called her on the phone after she had moved on with her life and basically pushed every memory of her son to the background, and getting that unexpected phone call. Um, I actually didn't mind her on screen. I thought she was pretty good in this. It might be polarizing, but I don't care. I liked Yabo John in this. Um, what's another good? Ooh, yeah. Um, in what's his name? I want to say his name, and for whatever reason I'm blanking. But Elenio, Kazim. Um, one, I'm just incredibly happy for him. He's one of the main characters. He's in a prime production. I'm super pleased for him. He deserves it. He's been at this for the longest time. He's done a lot of African Magic 360 episode show productions type thing, and he was been pretty good on those as well. And I've always wanted, a number of these actors who've been around in the industry for a while and sort of not gotten lead roles, to be able to get them, and for him to get one in what is Prime's first Nollywood original. Incredibly happy for him. He did a really good job as Kazim. Where there's some moments that I thought, but overall, he really sold the I'm a butcher's kid who can slice you up, dice you up really nice. Um, so I really like Kazim in this, and I'm really pleased for the actor. Oh, another good is Chike. Um, I actually really enjoyed seeing Chike in this. And I know Chike had the potential as an actor because I saw him on Battleground, which was pretty much right after he came out of The Voice. And I saw him and I was like, oh, okay, this is weird. I was expecting new music straight out of The Voice, and I saw him on screen on an African Magic 360 serial, and I was like, okay, I like this from Chike, and he was pretty good on Battleground. He sold his character pretty well on Battleground, so I was actually looking forward to seeing him in more stuff, and then he went to focus solely on music. So it was nice to see him in this. Um, I mean, it wasn't. I'm sure this role wasn't too hard for him to play because, you know, he's been there wanting to be an artist and all of that. So this was good. I liked him as Chike in the as Pana in this. Oh, what else did I really like? What else was a good? I'm. I mean, I think we say all the time with like Jade Osiberu's set pieces, and things. I think it goes without saying that if there's a Jade Osiberu production, you expect to see really good set pieces, and like she cares very much about the details of where the worlds that her films are set in. And it was very evident with like, the flats in Isaleko. Um, and I guess I like the diversity of like the locations. Again, I really appreciate, a film that's shot in Lagos that doesn't feel like the stereotypical what we've gotten used to shot in Lagos. I don't think we saw the Lekki Koiling Bridge once in this, and honestly, honestly, that's a major plus for us. I really liked the scenes in the container. What's it called? The shipping dock. Um, yeah, I also really enjoyed the cameos from like artists. I think we've seen Pasuma sometime in the 90s slash early 2000s in like random Nollywood projects, but I really like seeing Pasuma in this. I liked him a lot as London. Um, Hearing Pasuma say "fuck shit up," it's honestly was a highlight for me. I really enjoyed seeing Pasuma in this. I also really liked seeing who else was in this. Who else was a musician that was in this aside from Chike and Pasuma? I don't know. I'm blanking.
Zlatan.
Who? Oh yeah, yeah,
Zlatan.
yeah, yeah. Actually, Zlatan. Yes, I really enjoyed. I'm so I loved Zlatan in this. I don't know, something about hearing a Yoruba boy with that R thing that happens to some Yoruba people, and it's like Shesu, Shesu. Honestly, honestly, it gave me so much joy. Yeah, I like seeing Zlatan in this. Also another fave is Black Amoru. Black Amoru is saying it's across the river. I know that. It just made me feel so good. He was hilarious in this. I think a lot of the time when Nollywood does action and like they try to do little bits of like a comedic relief of sorts, it sometimes falls really flat or sometimes comes across like they're doing too much. And I think Black Kamaru wasn't intending to be funny. I don't know, but and it wasn't like the haha laugh out loud type funny, but it was like, oh, then that's hilarious. The scene with Ebun, grown Ebun in the car where he's asking her why she doesn't dress like a woman. I thought it was hilarious. When they threw him
Mm.
in the backseat of the car and he was begging for his life, I thought it was hilarious. Do you know? Maybe this is me being chronically online, but when he was begging them in Yoruba, to not kill him because he has something to say. Honestly, all I could see was that guy on TikTok was like, let me tell you something, let me tell you something, let me tell you something. Because that's literally what it translated to in English, and I thought it was hilarious. So yeah, I really like Black Homo. What else did I really like?
I think
Wait,
your
sir,
time
you
has
said you didn't have a
actually.
timer. So which is it?
I no,
Sir,
I said my timer is not with me.
you
That don't
said
mean I can look at
your
clock.
timer was not with you. So which is it? Final
That's
like, I
all
like the
right.
diversity in locations.
Okay.
I'm sure I said that before, but like, see, you're chasing me. This is what happens when you make me go first. Okay, fine.
Don't worry, you can
I
still
don't want
come
to
back
come
now.
back.
You can still come back. All right.
Bye.
Thanks, Vanessa. Yeah, I actually would like to echo Vanessa's Choma Akpata praise because honestly, really, in the last few things she's been in, she's just been crushing it. Like, really, remember in Collision Course, I remember her even in Swallow,
Even
where
in
she
Far
was
From Home,
playing
you're going too far.
Far From Home.
Yes,
What was she
she
doing from
was
home?
Frankincense's mom.
Oh,
Oh
yeah.
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 Even in Far From Home, where
Yeah.
everybody
Yeah.
else seemed to be doing well, I don't know. But she was great in that as well.
No, no, yeah, yeah. I think Choma Akwata has just solidly been delivering very well on those supporting roles. All right, but yeah,
Oh,
thank,
and yeah, I don't know. Should it be polarizing? Iyabo Ojo's performance?
yeah, probably.
I've seen a couple tweets here and there saying, and comments here and there saying they didn't particularly like her performance, but I really liked Iyabo Ojo in
I
it.
thought
Okay.
she did what she was meant to do, to be
Yeah,
honest.
I thought I liked it too. All right, okay. Fi, do you want to go next?
Yeah, hi.
Hi.
Okay.
Hi.
Hello. All right, so these are my likes. So first things first, I like the intro with the AO masquerades. I like the introduction to Saleko and the happenings, as well as the introduction of characters. I liked how we got the structure of how Saleko worked. It definitely seemed like a puzzle piece or a chess game with the characters. I like the color grading of the film. Loved it, in fact. I like that Jade directed and was part of the story writing as well. Big ups, that's my girl. I love the child stars. Little Gift was so funny and natural. Little Oba was excellent and believable with his intense stares and daring attitude. I loved his acting. Loved the child that played Ify. You could already tell their characters as children that were built upon in adulthood. I loved Nino. Loved how his name was Akinwale, which ended up being used for Akinwale in Brotherhood. I love Nino's outfits, his character, how he was a good man in a bad situation and still used his position to do good. OMG. I love the scene where Yvonne's character said, "We have a guest," and he was like, "We have a son." I would have cried. Ah, I held myself. I really love Tayo in this role, so believable as a stand-up guy, adopting the children, protecting Oba, and doing the best he could. It was devastating what happened to him. I loved Enola Badmus's character. I loved her Nitori international passport ni and her hand movements. I cracked the hell up. I loved the lighting in the streets. I loved so many shots. Like the scene where Oba is facing the water and the light is blue. It reminded me of the blue scene in Moonlight. Or the scene where Kazim falls and is spread eagled on the car. The angle the camera shoots, in which we see his lifeless body and Tenny crying on the side, was gorgeous. My favorite shot was the scene between Oba and Tenny as kids when they were talking to each other from their window. I found that so beautiful. I liked a lot of the set design. I love the scene when Nino protected Oba from his mother, the way he stood at the doorway blocking him and goodness, the exchange of dialogue, it was something. And Siaba was exceptional, I felt. I felt she did her thing. Very forceful in the scene in which she curses Oba. She did extremely well. They did a good job of building the love for Nino amongst the people. He really was so likable and he's good looking. Raw. Toby Bakre's acting. In fact, I feel a deeper vulnerability was studied here. You guys shouldn't make me laugh.
Just co-signing the good looking. I'm sorry I didn't keep up to my thing of
All
mentioning
right,
people's
girl,
beauty,
tell
but
me something. Yeah, saying that for you as well. Toby Bakre's acting. In fact, I feel like a deeper vulnerability was studied here and attained with this role. He acted so well, strong with the action scenes, serious with his position, focused, but given an avenue to love and provide for his people. I feel like he did extremely well. I loved Pana and I enjoyed the scene in which he was defended by his friends when he ran away from Choma and ended up with her moving in with the baby and they all ended up having dinner. His character was so likable and endearing, and there were many scenes that showed who he was at the heart of things. The boy just wanted to realize his dream. I like the storyline, the way the scenes were set up, the way the characters were introduced, even the voiceover worked with this film, I felt. It definitely reminded me a bit of Goodfellas, especially that beautiful shot where little Oba dobaled before Nino and Kazim, and the narration goes, little did I know these two men would be instrumental in my life. I love that. Definitely Goodfellas. I love the storyline. I also feel they were consistent with a lot of character details. Auntie Chiama's character was so likable. The church scene was so powerful. I trust her though. She carried it. Even the coffin being open was something. I loved everything about it. Kazim's character was also very good. Even though I didn't like him, he sold me on the character with his performance, and I give him that. Terrible was super funny, hilarious in such a natural way. The fight scenes when Nino died and when Pana died, I like that I could feel the pain of Nino and Pana's death and could see it amongst the characters because we'd grown to love those two men as characters. I love the exploration of fatherhood and community here. Loved the whole story with the slain fathers and Oba adopting Pana's son. And yes, those are my likes. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Fi. All right, this is where I begin to lose it a little bit. But Timmy is back on. I know he was actually the first person, so I'm going to give him his time. Timmy, yeah, tell us some of the things you liked about Gangs of Lagos.
Okay. I liked the opening shots with the Ayo masquerade killing who ended up turning out to be Obalola's father. I liked the fact that in that same scene, Iyabo Joe's younger version was also light skinned at the beginning, so we get to see some consistency. The opening credits, the music, and the digital sculpts, I was really impressed. They were really good. Eniola Badmos, she was funny. She was like, "Will you take this thing off my face?" I was like, "Okay." That was. I usually go back to just rewatch that scene because I find it really hilarious. The colors, I really loved the colors. I loved how she decided to go with very vibrant yellows, especially for the buses and the keke peps, because I think those two are like very signifying of Lagos and the colors, the vibrancy. What else? Toby's voiceover while he was explaining the life of the streets, the montage, the whole introduction, the whole first part of the film. I really liked it, and the music was everything. The music, the colors, the location, everything felt kind of nostalgic, and everything just kind of brings you into the whole vibe of what Lagos was during that time. The sound in this was way much better than the trade. So I was like, okay, if the sound could be like this, what happened to the trade? The person who acted as young Ify was impressed. I was really impressed. The shots were beautiful. There are so many wallpapers, so many screenshotable moments in this film, and I would really like it if she could, if Mrs. Jade could, make some of these frames publicly available to download, or I don't know, maybe order them as posters or something, because the shots were really beautiful. Um, what else? What else? Oh yeah, high TV. High TV was actually a thing back then. That was really nice to notice. The sounds, like I said, the way she captures the horns, those horns, like very classic sounding Lagos sounding horns. So everything just brings you to that moment. I also think there was blocking in this. I think there was blocking when Eniola Badmos comes to get her bag back, and Kazim and Nino are standing together. I will later see how the young Ola comes in and he prostrates. I also think there was blocking when they went to dive into the river and Ola and Tenny were having their deep conversation about their futures. And we also see how much Kazim cares for Tenny from the beginning. by telling her to put her head into the car. And I can understand Iyabojo's concern for her son because, I mean, her husband died because of his association with the gang and the streets, and her son wants to join the streets. So, I mean, while the methods that she took were, kind of extreme, I think, I get where she's coming from. Also, what else did I like? I liked how Princess and Nino were willing to take in Oba. It kind of gave a sense of community, a sense of family within the streets. I liked the tattoos on Tayo Faniran's chest. They looked really good. Olarotimi Fakunle, his performance for Kazim was, I feel like, yeah, he definitely felt like a Kazim. He gave me Kazim vibes. Also, whoever dressed Nino, whoever was the costume designer for Nino, the person can take all my money because he looked nice in those clothes. Also, to the fight choreography was really nice. Um, what else did I like? What else? Debo Macaroni, he was funny. He was funny. The transition from when Obalola was talking about his dream to when if he was actually almost living his while he was performing, the transition between those scenes, they were really nice. Zlatan, Zlatan was nice. Zlatan was very funny. I think Nigerian musicians kind of probably have a thing in this Nollywood thing, except maybe Femi Fernandez, definitely not him. But our musicians have shown that yes, they have this thing, this Nollywood thing on lock. Um, I read somewhere where someone said that Jadi was able to move her characters like chess pieces, and I agree. I feel like Jadi does something consistently where she shows that yes, I wrote these stories, I wrote these characters, and I understand these characters, and I feel like she shows this again with Gangs of Lagos. I also feel and oh yeah, when I watched the film for like the second time, I noticed that Adesola Osiberu changed her dress because Terrible was in the car complaining about how she was dressing like a man, this, that. And I also heard Adesola did this 5 months after Libor. So again, I doff my caps for her.
Okay. You want to round up? So
Okay, one last thing. I also liked the fact that in the barbing salon, they showed us like the different kinds of people you can see at the barbing salon. They showed us the grumpy, older, probably underpaid civil servant. They showed the younger, high-valued man who was reading the newspaper, and they showed the younger university polytechnic students. And oh, okay, big ups to Pasumatsu. I'm done. Thank you.
all right, thanks, Timmy. Omar, did you tell some of the things you liked about Gangs of Lagos?
I like Fi's display picture. Okay, let me go into the movie. What do I like? First thing I like is the little girl crying when the young Obalola had a knife to her neck. That is this Eniola Badmo's daughter. I like the girl. The way her face looked, I loved it, and the way she was crying, I like that. So one thing is that I'm glad Shaggy is not in this movie. I think going for Terrible was the best thing. It was better than going for Shaggy because I was so worried that I don't want to see Shaggy in this movie. Uh, I like Young Gift, the girl. I like the girl. Um, this movie is visually pleasing. I love it. I love every shot. I love the color. I love the color grading. I think I kind of like them wearing black, especially in the fight scenes. Um, I like Young Obalola's facial expression because his facial expression was kind of the same with Toby's facial expressions, and I really love them paying attention to detail in that area. Um, there are shots of this movie that I think they kind of give off moonlight kind of. I think someone has said it earlier that, yeah, they got some shots from moonlight. The shots at the waterside, and I think the inspiration of Ninolo adopting young Obalola, that thing was done in moonlight too. I like Iyabo Ojo's performance. I like Kazim's performance. I think that was the best performance in that movie. He was convincing as the villain. I like Shoma's performance. Yeah, I think she's the best supporting actress I've seen for a while in Nollywood. The monologue was giving, like she outperformed. I like Bimbo's performance. Okay, I've said this. I like the color grading. I like Terrible in this movie. I was kind of worried, wouldn't this person kind of be like a joker, but he didn't do too much. And I love it. It was kind of funny, but he didn't do too much, like Shaggy would have done. I like Zilantan, this movie. The way he spoke, the way he was speaking, I like it. I like the fight scenes. It was okay for Nollywood. It was not like this Netflix series we saw a few months ago. I like your homage. I like how they paid homage to your and how they used it in this first scene and the last scene. I love that. I like the feel of the movie and the location. I love the shots. Okay, I said that earlier. What else do I like? I think I kind of like Adesola's performance, even though that character didn't fit her, maybe because she couldn't speak Yoruba well, but I don't know. Some people don't like it, but I think I kind of like her performance. She tried. Okay, that's all I like.
All right. Thanks so much, Dudu. I think I've entered the stage where I'm just guessing people who came on. I think I'm going to go with Elizabeth, then maybe Omo Alabi next. Elizabeth, please tell us some of the things you liked about Gangs of Lagos.
Hi guys. So I think one of the things that I like about Gangs of Lagos is the opening shot was really good, and this movie has a lot. It has a lot of frames that look that looks really good. There were pockets of performances here that stands out, and I think first one for me, which somehow almost drew tears, was Iyabo Ojo's performance when she was begging her son to come with her when he was in Nino's house, and after begging, and then when he said no, and she started cursing, and Nino was going to shut the door, she had this. It was in that moment, and for me, I really appreciate actors that act with their face, their entire body. I really appreciate it because we've not been seeing that a lot recently in most of our movies. And in that moment, there was that little quiver of her lips and from her slings and her eyes, and I thought that was perfect. I thought that was really good. And we have some pocket of performances here and there that stands out. Which this movie has a lot of that. Moments with Kazim especially, moments in some of the action moments also, you see this glimpse of performance. I wish that it was sustained all through, but yeah. Nino's performance also, to me, considering it's my first time seeing Tayo. I mean, since Big Brother Africa, seeing him in a proper production, and he's got more than just a couple of lines here, and he stands his ground sometimes. I mean, nothing too exceptional, but it was really great. I really like the kids. I thought it was good. I like the fight choreography. I mean, it wasn't as bad as Shantytown, so yay, hallelujah. I thought, okay, yeah, it didn't throw me off. Um, um, so that's it for me. Mostly, yeah, yes, I was looking for this. So the sight and sound of Isaliko. Although this is the rough part, not the entire, but it was really good to see streets that I recognize, places that I recognize. And I really like how it stands in picture, how it looks on camera, right? Like from the high buildings. I would have loved to see more of it rather than some of these things, but I thought the locations were really good. Okay. Another thing I'd like to mention is the interiors, right? I like the set design for the houses. I thought it was perfectly done. I wasn't confused about what I was staring at. It wasn't like that house from Saleko in FFH. So yes, another plus here. It was perfect. It looks familiar. That's another thing that stood out for me. I like the character of Olurugu now. Now, let me explain. This is not a character that's using your face. This character is almost often only mentioned, right? Like this big bad wolf. But this character, I like that we see this character just as much as it is whispered. So we're told about who Olurugu is, and then we see a glimpse of him in his tall house. And then again, we're told about who Olurugu is. We see him not speaking with hardly any word spoken somewhere, then we hear, so we see Olorogun here only as much as he's been whispered about. I like the attention to that particular detail because Olorogun might be one of those things that we need to achieve, but it's not exactly in this story in the moment. In Isaliko, his world is outside of it. So I like the representation in that particular place. So I think that's all for me for now. Thanks.
All right, thanks, Elizabeth. Omo Alabi, please tell us some of the things you liked about Gangs of Lagos.
Okay, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to talk about it. I actually saw this film. I saw this film 2 days ago, and it was quite interesting. And I kind of loved so many scenes there. Most especially, some of the shots there are really, really amazing, and you can tell that she had actually took the time for the cinematography of the film, which is good. Um, my best actor there is, I mean, is Kazim. I think the dialogue director, if there was any, actually did he or she did justice to the dialogue, and he kind of had the charisma to portray that character very well. He was my best actor for the film, and for Isaliko, I don't think Isaliko was well portrayed, but there was a great effort in it. So there are so many places where you can show in Saliko that you know that yes, you have Ojo Ologun, you have Enowan and the likes. I mean, but it was good to see my hood. You know, it was really really nice. You could have that feel, you know, as if you're there. Then also for me, I would have preferred Junior to be Bakary, the small Toby Bakary, to feature much later. I think that was too early, and it took away the suspense for me because I was able to tell what was going to happen next. I was able to predict the next movement and all that. So I wouldn't have put that early. And for Yabo Joe, she did fantastic at what we know how to do best. Then Chioma, I mean, you could see that she nailed it. Most times when I see Chioma films, I mean, I know that she's going to give her best, and that was really good. And the costume, then the Ayo, you know, it's been a while you've seen that kind of scenery in Ayo, you know, in Lagos. It's been a while they actually had a festival, so having that feel again, took me back memories and all that, and I really enjoyed that as well. Then then the fight scene, I don't know if there was much research on it. I mean, on how they fight on the island, the Lagos Island fight. That's not how they fight. You see, when Kazim killed Pasuma, when the touts were coming with their cutlass scratching the floor. That is how Lagos starts. That is how Lagos Island fights. Like if you've witnessed it, I've witnessed a lot of Lagos Island fights. That is how they fight, you know. So I think maybe they didn't do much research on that one. But when I thought, you go Island one job, what if he
Okay,
Tushness is in the
come on,
Jabu?
I mean,
But
just wanted to say, we're concentrating on the good side now. We'll come
you're
to
on the
the
good side. Okay. All
no.
right, okay. Like I said, Jade, she's really, really doing well. Most of her works are really amazing. Okay. She, I see her, I see her doing greater things in the film industry in Nigeria, and I'm even expecting more from her. I always look out for her films, and then I think also Bimba Demoye, also the character of Bimba Demoye, was also good. She really, she did justice to that. But my best act, the best thing that made me love, as in I look forward to him, to his scenes, is Kazim. It's so natural. The charisma is there. The dialogue. I mean, it's so feeling. Most especially the scene at the barber shop with Pasuma. I mean, and when Pasuma was able to blend in, his street talk, and you could see I mean, he did it flawlessly. As if no, he took in the character very well, and for me, that is my best act for it. And I think I just love the whole setting as well. Then the color as well. I mean, it's so good. The editing was so wonderful as well. I enjoyed every bit of the performance before we go to the technical aspect of it. But I enjoyed it. It was a really really lovely film, and I tops up to her. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Just in case you wanted to, you're in the audience and you wanted to contribute, please comment underneath the space. Use the hashtag Nollywood Film Club, and we'll read it out at some point. Okay. I think Ayinka might be in the queue.
It's my turn.
I'm just, I can't remember
It's vibes tonight.
I can't
Everybody,
remember
it's
everything.
vibes.
I'm sorry, guys.
It's
I have
okay.
a general thing in my head, but yeah, please just go on.
Okay. So everybody has mentioned the color, the production. I also like the sound, not sound design, but specifically they made. How am I going to say the slashing sounds and all that stuff? What I mean is like the folio. It seems like they actually did some folio artistic in the sound design. So I kind of want to give a good to that because I don't necessarily think a lot of Nigerian movies do that. Then again, that type of thing does cost more money. So the story itself, I like the story. It follows just normal story structure. It's nothing too out there, and it was wonderful. I do like the performances. I like you can see very much this type of production. The reason why I'm just like going more on the production side, the performances were always going to be. I like the performances. We've mentioned all the people that performed well. Yabo Ojo, Chioma Apata, a lot of like more of the older ones too, and the newer ones too. And Toby Bakare is really proving himself to be a very good actor. Even I liked Adesuwa's too. Normally, you would think Adesuwa would play the role that Bimba Akinmoye plays, and like Bimba Akinmoye might have played kind of the role of like Ademoye, sorry. Bimba Ademoye. As Elizabeth said, I always miss people's names. Bimbo plays, but it's kind of good to see that she challenged herself, and I think she rised up to the challenge. She may not. I'm glad to see that. Production wise, they did coordination before. Like they actually did coordination, guys. That takes a lot of work. The the action looks reasonably well. they actually had stunt doubles and all that stuff. And you could see when the punch lands. It's not really choppy editing as much. So like honestly, the fact that nobody died, I am happy to I'm glad about that on set. I'm glad about that. And I really am saying like, wow, this is really, 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 really impressive. And it shows that we can do it. Because I was also looking at the ending, what's it called? The ending, the thing that screws at the end, right? I was looking to see whether there was a, like foreign workers on this, or if it seems like there was a little bit, but it really was like mostly in-house within Nigeria, and this is a really good step in in Nollywood. The movie is basic. The movie is good, and it's just entertaining, and it's well. And there's nothing else to be said. The coloring and everything, even the costuming is nice. All of it. That is all I have to say. It's an entertaining movie, and I see that it's number 10 in the US, unless Prime is lying to me. So, yeah.
Oh, nice. Thanks, Oyinka, Nollywood to the world. I am going to go with John C. Frederick. Please tell us some of the things.
Well, hi guys.
Hi.
So I think I'll start off with what everyone has said. The color and the cinematography, top notch. I love the fact that our language was explored at length because it's very important, especially when we're trying to leave our stamp on a global level. Getting people to at least resonate with our language is important. So that was good to see. And also the first moments of the movie for me was very important because I don't know about people who are not, essentially into film, but if you are, the beginning moments of any movie can make or mar, your attention span or just deciding even to continue. So those first 5 to 10 minutes were really important and really good. So I'm giving that a pro. Now the performances, oh my god, let's not even go there. Chioma Akpota is just a beast. And then Iyabo because I haven't really seen her in many things. Maybe I just haven't watched, but I was really glad to come across the talent that she is. And when we even speak about performances, Eniola Badmus, who, in light of, the happenings in Nigeria, I haven't been much of a fan of, she also just made me remember why it is I liked her in the first place, her talent. So I appreciate that. And the kid actors, those kids really need to be given their flowers because working with children on set is a completely different ball game. So those kids, hats off to them. I'm looking forward to what they'll do in the future. I think one thing that most people haven't spoken about that I really have to give props to are the extras. They did their job. Rarely do you see people just standing there looking into the cameras and you're wondering, okay, what is this person doing here, right? Everyone was a part of the process, and I think it just showed the extra effort the filmmakers took to pay attention to that particular part of filmmaking. Another thing that was a pro for me was the consistency of the character developments from, leading up from the childhood moments to when we see them as adults. And someone also mentioned, I think they didn't want to see Toby Bakray until the end of the movie. So what was the movie going to be about? That's just a question for the person. If you wanted to see him older towards the end of the moving on. Most of the casting worked for me. Most. The locations were beautiful, and as everyone has said, it's just entertaining, and the soundtracks are amazing. Those are the pros for me. And someone also mentioned making the frames from this movie available as downloadable pictures. I second that because most of the times when we're pitching or creating lookbooks or pitch decks, especially to foreign executives, you then have to use Black Americans as samples for African roles. Number one, they don't dress like us, they don't look like us. So making some of these frames or stills available is really important, especially to people who are also trying to get, our work to executives who aren't as familiar with our project as the normal people. So yeah, that's just what I want to say.
Mr. C, you're muted. Oh.
I was going to say.
Oh, thank you. Wow, that was crazy because I was talking and Vanessa just told me I was muted. It's like she knew. Well done. Good spot. I was saying whilst muted that I had to echo the shout out to the extras. I've seen films with a lot less extras where the extras are just they're ruining the film, or they're ruining that side of the shots, or they're ruining a bunch of things. But yes, for how many extras were on here, and I don't think anything really popped. Him pop out. Nothing was too bad on the side of the extras. So yes, that's a really good shout out. All right. I think it is Shagun. Shagun, and then Otas. Shagun, you there?
Yes, I am. Hi, guys. Good evening. Okay. I mean, you all know I'm a Jade fan. I mean, ever since I watched The Rap Guy, although I think I need to also find her previous work because The Rap Guy is the first thing I've ever watched from her. So I need to see her progression because with this particular release, I can see how she has improved on stuff. I can see that she's someone that listens to stuff. So this movie, I love the assassination in the beginning. It gave us it's those kind of things that you give your viewers something to think about. At some point, at different points of the movie, I was always thinking back to that assassination part, and I was wondering who exactly was this person, how is it connected to the whole thing, and all that. So yeah, that was beautiful. The child actors they delivered, especially young Oba and young Penny. Their dialogue was quite impressive. The way the exchange was almost 100% organic. I loved it. The portrayal of the Saleko landscape was very believable because I visit the markets a lot. So I was very excited to see and recognize streets that I've walked on so many times in the past year. All the interior setups were spot on. Again, I think, like I said in the last one, I think Jade has discovered a pattern. Jade and her team have discovered a lighting pattern for interior scenes that works for them. So it's starting to look like anytime you see a Jade Osiberu film, you will know it is based on how they light their interior shots. The interior shots are quite cinematic, and I love it. The cutaway shots and the cutaway shots and establishing shots were very cinematic, like the intro to the church scene, the drone shots of the Saleko area, and then especially the mosque. There was an opening shot of the mosque that
Can anyone else hear Shagun? Is it just me?
Nope, you cut off.
Okay. All right. He's probably gonna come back in a minute, but in that time, Otas, do you want to tell us some of the things you liked?
Sure. So after the long string of recent gang movies that I have hated, I was pleasantly surprised to enjoy this movie. And so I might gush a little bit. I thought the opening sequence was really strong. The sequence before the credit, and I enjoyed the sort of juxtaposition between the telling of the transition and the story, and then the brutality and the immediacy of the violence to expect. I thought it set it up nicely. I typically don't notice a lot of technical stuff, but it was hard not to notice the opening credit. It was so well done. The artistry and the music during the opening credits were fun. Nino's burnt orange pants were so perfect. I want a pair. Don't really care if they were time appropriate or not. They're beautiful pants. Um, Gift found bleaching cream at some point in her life. Sorry, this is in my notes, which happens. But I enjoyed seeing young Gift and how they set up her place in the gang. However, this also comes up as a bad later. Um, the character development for Elbar was beautifully and intricately done. Oh my God. I'm glad we got to spend time with young Elbar. I thought that the first 30 minutes was really strong, and it's probably the strongest opening 30 minutes in existence for a Nollywood movie. Ify and his mom had a lot of cute moments, the adorable moment at the market, and they had another when they had the family dinner with Blessing and the baby. There was a lot of chemistry between him and his mom, as well as him and his friends, as well as the friends themselves, and it just seemed like everybody who was supposed to get along generally got along. I love that they didn't try to keep Tenny innocent at any point. She was her father's daughter. And you see the moment on the balcony when he starts to look at her differently, where he's like theorizing in his head, that she lives on Banana Island and he's out on the streets, and she doesn't seem to understand. Um, and then the most emotional scenes for me, probably the most emotional 10 minutes, starts from when Gift hears Panas, and she screams his name, and you can hear the desperation in her voice in the club as she's running out to go and find him. And I just loved seeing Jadesola act again. And like when she found him and like she was wailing, and I felt it, and it was so amazing. And that whole moment leads up to the church scene, which is also as powerful, with his mom basically like asking his spirit to come and fight for himself. And it was just lots of really strong emotional moments. Just unfortunately, well, I guess that is later. But yeah, I generally understood why everyone was so invested instead of just being told. And I felt it. I felt their joys and their happiness and their anger and their sadness and Hannah's mom's war cry. I love that the first time we really hear Ekun speak and how impactful it is. Like, he stays silent for most of the movie, and you're never quite sure where he lies until he speaks. And I have this in my bad as well, but what kind of idiot drops his weapon to fight 5 men after going in alone? However, in a way, I do think it was guilt that he had left Hannah alone and he kind of wanted to atone. But that is just me inferring my own feelings into it. Lots of truly hilarious moments. I love the red scarves and the red carpets during the celebration of life. It was very preempting of the blood to flow. It reminded me a little bit of the red wedding. I thought it was very good and beautiful use of color. When Tenny sees her dad fall, even through the chaos, it's impossible to miss Tenny still, even though there's so much happening. You see the moment she sees him fall and notices him, even before she runs up to the fence. And it's such a layered moment when she looks up and she sees Alba, and it sets up a possible part 2 with her, the protagonist. And I can imagine the layers of love and hate if it's done right, and I almost don't want them to do it and ruin it. But those were my goods. Pass for them is that they spend a lot of time in fight training here, but it's still very obvious and not fluid. However, I will give them this as a pass. This was fighting choreography has gotten a lot better as well from movie to movie. And so you can, like, I guess, A for effort. But yeah, that's it.
Wow. Taz did.
I know.
Oh my goodness.
I know.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right.
Big up to Jade.
Yes. Award
Beautiful
season.
story. The story was really good.
All right. Okay. I think Rotimi jumped on. Shaggy, if you're in the audience, I don't know if you're in the audience, but try getting back on. We couldn't hear you. But Rotimi, please tell us some things you liked about Gangs of Lagos.
Hello? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
So, I haven't done this a while. What's the time limit now?
6 minutes.
It's 6 minutes? 6 minutes.
Okay, 6 minutes. Okay, that should be enough time. First of all, like, I'm just in awe of Jade, and I'm like, it's actually both inspiring and also like also very, very like it's scary the amount of ambition this woman has. Like this project it's very ambitious from anything that I've seen anybody do in Nigeria. Like the very first time I looked at it, I'm like trying to do a film that is basically like in Isale Eko and everything. And I'm like, this is a big ask. And Jadi basically came through with flying colors. And I know this from I've done productions before where I've had to go onto the streets. And I know that the actual real gangs would have been there on their neck every day, asking for money. They will have to have security and everything. The production to pull it off for what they did with the production, the lighting, camera work, art design, costumes, casting, everything, fight choreography, everything technically was on point. There's nothing that leaves you asking like, oh, why did they do this like this? Why did they do like that? Not for me. I don't think like out of anything that anybody has done that they have labeled original, this is probably, I don't know, maybe somebody else can put an argument, but this is probably the best original I've seen since the streaming came into Nigeria. This is probably my best original that I've seen. I love the way Jadi collaborates, the people she chooses to collaborate with. Like when I sorry to double back on the cinematography, I know the DOP. I've worked with him before, Mr. Movies. He does a lot of music videos. He's a great cinematographer, and I was just going to watch to see what will he do with this, and I'm like, this is still part of things I've been saying, that we have some talent in Nigeria that can make our work look decent. Maybe not the world class. The standard is still very far, but we can make it at least not look ridiculous. So I'm very happy that she worked. Mr. Movies, he did a great job. I love the casting, what each person brought, and I think this is what strikes me is the way Jade picks who she casts. Like there are people that have like a following. When you pick people like Zlatan, Pasuma, what's again, Kamaru. These are people that have a fan base that's going to come with them to come and watch this. But they are almost like out of the, like they are strange. They are not the usual people you would cast. The Korodu boys, even the choice of using Toby. I think that's another thing about it, that anybody that is saying anything about Toby in this action role, for whatever it is, Toby and Jade work well together. I don't think like Toby is her star. Jade is Toby's director. They work well together. And that's the one thing you want to see. You want to see people that can work together, that have chemistry, and it will show on the screen. And that was beautiful to watch. There's so many things to say. One particular sequence that struck me was when Chike tried to assassinate the Baba guy. He went to the Baba's place and spared his life. When he walked out, the camera stays on him. He's wearing all white. He walks out of the frame. A guy walks in. He's in all black. I see him going to the room. I'm just waiting that, give me the two flashes. I see the two flashes with the sound. One shot, still on this one shot, which is obvious on the crane, goes down. Chike walks out. Camera still on him. He gets into the keke, moves out, all in one shot. And this is one of the things I've been clamoring for, that if somebody wants to make films and you're going to be a filmmaker, have some respect for the craft of filmmaking. Just value it, because it will enhance the blooming story. Like somebody else be like, oh, does that count? No, I'm looking at it, I'm a viewer, I can see that this is beautifully made. And that was awesome. The last fight scene when Toby and Fakule, when they are in the last showdown, there was they had this POV shots where you could see this guy like almost like we're looking at in the first person, and I'm like, these shots are not just done for us to show off. They are part of the storytelling. Even now, when you switch to the fight scenes and you get slow motion and you see the blood and everything, even the fact that all the characters wore black. Now that to me is more like a creative choice than what works for camera. It's almost odd that everybody will show up at the fight and everybody wearing black, but it works aesthetically for the camera. So that when you see the last scene at the burial of Pasuma's character, with you see the blue curtains, your guys wearing white with red caps, all that, the color contrast, beautiful. So it makes the scene aesthetically look good, minus what's going on in the scene, minus the acting and performances. The performances were awesome. When Chioma's character was in the church, I was watching this thing without the subtitles. So my Yoruba, I was just testing on my Yoruba and I could get most of Yoruba. I couldn't pick up what she was saying in Igbo, but I felt that performance. But like I was shaking. I was like, Lord, this is all I want. I'm not asking, I'm asking for a lot. But if you say want to put things on streaming services that are going to go worldwide. Let's try and put our best foot forward. This was awesome. This is the only way forward for us. This is what Nollywood needs. And Jari has done this thing back to back to back. This is a hat trick from Brotherhood to the Trade to this. This is just awesome. And this is all consistency. And I hope that this will raise the bar for everybody else's production. And I'm like, look, we have to raise it because you don't want to get left behind. Because the next thing that Jadi's probably going to come with might be higher than this. So everybody needs to raise their game. And that's what the game needs. It needs a kind of friendly competition that causes all of us to improve what we are doing. So, yeah, I think I used the mic as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Rotimi.
Sorry, y'all. Can I say one last
You
thing?
still want to advertise? Oh, my God.
I just have so much to say. But I really enjoyed when he and Tenny finally had sex and Pana was dying alone and they kind of split that up. And it was just so brutal and so tender at the same time. It was so beautifully done, especially because you remember in the beginning when Gift is teasing them about like what they see in Tenny. And I think for me, like it's so perfectly done. Like that scene is so perfectly done because it goes back to the past and even going forward. And so that was my last thing.
All right, thanks, Vanessa.
So
you want to add
my extra stuff isn't exactly serious, but I don't know. So it's something. It did something to me when Nino's character called his babe princess, when when Yabo just character came to fight. He was like, "That look and then he came out and he was like, "Princess, go inside." I was like, "Yes." Am I a grain of rice? Am I a grain of rice? Am I ever? Where is my own man that will come and tell me, "Princess, go inside, don't fight"? Honestly, it did something to me. Literally, I was like, yes, this is a street man. But it was like, "Princess, go back inside." That is love. That is real love. I just wanted to.
I co-sign on this, please. Thank you so much.
Someone
Thank
pass
you
the
for
basket. She
everything.
is
Thank
preaching.
you.
I'm screaming. But yeah, that was love.
Finish? Did you
Yes,
muted
I muted
yourself or
myself because I
Vanessa?
finished. I just want you people to know that
Okay.
I'm all for
It's started
I'm
on
all for portrayal of Nigerian love. I feel like we don't do, I'm a rom-com stan and all the romances have been nonsense. So me, I'm looking for romance anywhere I can find it. And if I can find it in a street gang leader calling his wife princess, you should let me have this.
All right.
That's okay, princess.
All right.
I love you so much for that, Mrs. C.
All right. Let's see. Hang on. Actually, before you go, let me just read out some of the comments. Best African actor says, "I love the fact that they gave us normal Nigerian street fight, punch and block, and not some Chinese kung fu or taekwondo in Ishaleko, like the way some foreign filmmakers portray a street fight in Nigeria." Anika says, "This movie reminds me of old Nollywood epic movies like Mama Dearest, where the story follows the life of people and many people in the story have different interests that interact with each other." Ademi says, "This is a big production value. When I looked at the executive producers, a lot of things were intentional to help the story come alive." Yeah, someone who did the Nolly data, there's a fair few executive producers, but the co-producers, that list is crazy. I think it includes people like Bimba, Demoya on there. Like there's quite a list. I think, what's his name? Is it Demi Banwo? Yeah, Demi Banwo is, I think he might be even an executive producer. Yes, obviously along with like the Kemi Lalas and the rest. But yes, quite a lot of hands inside the soup to make it what it is. All right, Mrs. C.
Okay. What did I like about Gangs of Lagos? I think first off, we all have to admit that the women in Nollywood are clear. I did, for the most part, enjoy the premise of Gangs of Lagos. I thought some pockets of acting were quite good. Chioma Akpotha, I thought she was good, like everyone has said. Iyabo Ojo, I thought was good. Kazim, the older Kazim I thought was good. I thought when he was playing the younger version, not as much, but as the Elenion, I thought Kazim was really good. Toby consistently good, and I think I heard this was shot before Brotherhood, which, you know, showed I can see his growth as an actor between this one and Brotherhood. So I still maintain Toby is someone to watch out for. Who else did I think was good acting wise? You know, I liked Chike. He had his moments, but as a non-actor, I think he did quite well. Then I think when the film opened, I was like, oh, this looks really nice. I just really liked the picture quality in the opening scene. I thought that, and it carried on obviously in a lot of places. So I thought that was nice. What was it? The AO masquerades. I really enjoyed that as well. Like the imagery, right? I could see that someone had really put a lot of thought into the imagery and into weaving it into the storyline of the film. So I really enjoyed that. I thought that was good. I, to an extent, enjoyed some of the set pieces. I think with Jade, you always expect a few, you know, big set pieces. And, you know, she does always deliver with that. So those were nice to see. I thought the children were adorable. And what else? It was an entertaining watch for the most part. It felt like somewhat of I wouldn't say an homage, but I could see so much of King of Boys in this, which I thought was quite interesting. I think when Nino was building up to be the Elenia and he had the you know, he was sitting and people were coming to tell him their problems. I was just thinking of Oba in King of Boys. So I thought that was good. Well, I thought it was interesting because it's kind of nice to see the industry inspiring itself, if that's what happened, right? Because we get a lot of our inspiration from outside. It's nice to see the industry inspiring itself. So yeah, I thought that was interesting. I thought it was relatively grounded in a version of Nigerian reality, which is also what I want to see from a lot of our work. So I thought that was good. I think the idea of and all of that stuff.
Sorry.
Did you mute me?
A little bit.
Have I been talking muted for a long time?
No.
Okay. All right. Anyway, I just thought that's kind of a reflection of our reality, which I thought was nice. Nice to have. I mean, I don't think the reality is nice, but but I think it's nice to have that. But yeah, so it was quite a spectacle, which I think was fun to make. And it was an entertaining ride, and I'm glad it exists.
All right, thanks. Vanessa,
I'm so sorry. I have a flu brain, so my brain's catching up. I just wanted to mention that Demi Banwo is sexy, and yeah.
Wow, is this your flu brain saying
It's
this? That's
me.
what I
It's
want to
me.
happen.
It's
Okay,
my
all
flu
right.
brain that hasn't made me acknowledge people's beauty in this whole good. And I'm like, how can I forget that Demi Banwo is sexy? Demi Banwo is sexy. Yeah.
Okay.
Dame is a fine boy now.
I thought Dama was on, but well, it seems that we're losing people drastically. I hope it's not Elon doing his thing. All right, but if Damala is not on, I'll go ahead and say some of the things that that worked for me. Okay, it's coming back on. All right. Damola, if you are on, Damola, please tell us
I'm
some
here.
of the things.
Sorry, chasing after a 3-year-old. All right. Yeah. Hi guys. I actually meant not, I intended not to say anything about this because the film is just damn near perfect, and it's just like, where do I even start from? But I guess I should. Like, this film was like, man, like it's just so good and refreshing, like to know that you're not crazy, to want more. Like you watch films and you watch films and you watch films and you're like, okay, I don't want to hate and everything, but like I know that we have more, we can do more, we can tell more. And then
a film like this comes along and suddenly you don't feel so crazy and it's just beautiful. From the opening shot, I'm very keen on opening imagery and just the way this film starts, it just grabs you immediately. Like it's just the image and the way Osiberu uses it, with the masquerades and the violence that and the way she ties that back into the story later on, fantastic. Um, everybody has talked about the cinematography, the production design. It's just great to see. Blocking is on point. Some of the notable performances. I think for me, like one of the most notable performances is Fakunle. He's the guy who plays Kazim, and what I noticed immediately was just in terms of like the younger version and the older version, like that age up just felt I didn't know him before. Like I mean I've heard that he's been in like Riona and some of the other Africa Magic urban shows I think and like apparently everybody I've been hearing a lot that he's a everybody keeps calling him a thespian. He's a proper thespian. Like he's he has a theater background. Like he's just a really good actor. But I've just never seen him. So immediately I saw his performance. I was like, who is this guy? Because like that age up was so organic. Like even his voice, the laughing was different. Like it was like but the thing is not so divergent from the younger version that is like okay, night and day. I guess he had a slight advantage in that he was playing himself just older, but the way he obviously like progressed in terms of age was just much, much, much better. Uh, it was just sorry, I say much, much better. Just amazing to see. There's that scene where Yabojo, sorry, is she's cursing her son, or she says it's not a curse, but really she's cursing him, and I mean, I jumped out of my seat because it's just like the way the camera kind of zooms in on her, slowly like that and everything. I felt like my chair was actually moving closer to her. That's how, um, you know, engaging this cinematography was and everything. What else do I love? I think the kid that plays the younger Obalola is destined for stardom. Like, he just looks like he belongs on screen. Who else? Um, I think that in general, the casting for this, because when I was watching it, I was just thinking to myself, like, whoever did the casting, like, I haven't checked the credits, but whoever is the casting director for this deserves a raise, because every single person, just kind of took to their roles just beautifully. It was just great to see. Like, they're just so perfect for their roles. The attention to detail as well, like, like I mean, Kazim and um, what's his name? London fighting the first time, and London uses jazz, and the blade doesn't do anything to him. And then later on, when he goes to ambush him in the barber shop, he has tied something on his gun to make sure that that this time he succeeds. It's just like it's a tiny thing, but it just and it's just like even some of the camera movements and everything just had me applauding a lot of time. The fight choreography was brilliant, gripping, and even when it was stylistic, it wasn't ridiculous. Like it felt like these guys knew how to fight as well. Ashibura has a way of just digging deep with people, and I feel like I don't. I mean, it's probably a bold statement, but a lot of the actors in this will probably look back and say this is their best performance in their careers because I don't know. She just has a way. It's the same thing she did with Blossom in the trade. She just has a way of cracking beneath the surface of what is really going on. And I'm already asking, like, has Timony worked with her? Somebody said he wasn't. It's okay, but that's her first film. I'm really hoping that they get to work together again because I want to see the layers stripped away on more actors. I think that she just has a way of doing that. She's intentional. What else did I like about this? I mean, obviously Chema Akwata's monologue. I mean, I gripped my chest because I could feel her intensity. I could feel her fury. You know, I mean, Adesua is like. I mean, everybody who knows Adesua to me, like as an actress, knows that she's not from Isaleko. Like she, that's not her place. But she really did. Like the scene where she grabbed a shotgun and took a guy out. I really felt like like she could just be there on the street. And I was so happy like when they were fighting because I was worried that like okay, every time I watch a big fight scene, I'm always worried about I always hate that the main characters seem to come out unscathed somehow. It's just like magic. But I was so happy to see them actually taking hits, getting bloodied, like being like kicked and stabbed and stuff and then recovering and stuff. It was just brilliant to see. I can go on and on about this film, but this is like it's definitely one of the best films to come out of Nigeria in the last decade, easily, possibly the last 2 decades. Who knows? Um, it's a near masterpiece. It's just beautiful.
All right. All right. Thank you, Damala. Right. Loads of love for Gangs of Lagos. All right. Ainka, is it correct? You can do my good and then we can enter the bad.
I have forgotten what I wanted to say.
Is that?
I have forgotten what I wanted to say. It was a paragraph and I have forgotten right now. I was listening to Dami and it's Dami's and then it flew out of my head. It might be no.
All right, no worries. Okay. So the things I enjoyed, let me see my notes. The look is something that I think almost I can't take for granted anymore because so many people have just showed that it's not always done that well. I think so many of our films, even the ones that I think some people recognize as a lot of people, I think, would recognize would call it high production, and I'd call it a lot of things I'd call high production still I look cheap. This doesn't. It looks very nice. It's color graded well, like a lot of people have said. Although I don't think it's Moonlight. I think it's good color grading, but like all props to them. Whichever it was. I think the ambition of the story I really like. It's just for whatever reason telling tales about the inside of politics in Nigeria is okay. I say for whatever reason. I can guess what the reasons are, but it's weird that we don't have too many mainstream movies about corruption in Nigeria, and it's nice to see one that tackles it from any aspect at all, let alone like being pulls it off this well on the mainstream stage. I think this might actually be the best streaming Nollywood original. I think I have to go back on that, but I think so from the library in my brain. Also, I just like that our the political commentary. There were a couple that happened that I really liked. The stuff that happened with Bimbo's character. I like the stuff that happens with Toyin's character. I really liked as well. I think all those kind of things were good additions, and I think they were done. They were done well. Okay, I think that is it.
I remembered.
All right, Jesus.
Forgive me. I remembered, and I was trying to hold up my hands before I forget again. Okay, so yeah, the thing that is also good about this is that you know how like you see imagery in the last movies we've been watching in Hollywood because they love Hollywood, and it's okay. Hollywood is the thing that made movies popular. They would take imageries and like scenes and things, and then they'll put it in their movie. Like they can reproduce it, and which is amazing. But the story they are telling, the thing that they reproduce, does not gel with the story they are telling. It doesn't help at all. And in this movie, the things that they took, and they also took from old Nollywood too, but like the things that they took actually gels with the story. Like that, the beginning scene with the masquerade. And and then they call back to it again. And I was like, so it's not useless. So it's not just to look cool. And that's the thing. I think this is where I also think that Jade, that she has um improved, because there's sometimes she does do that thing that I just said, where it's like doesn't completely gel. But now she's like improved, and her latest movie, everything gels. It's not like she's just taking it out of nowhere. And that's what I meant. Like, this is the perfect thing of like, oh, you can take whatever you can take. It's culture. You can do whatever, but make sure it just fits, or you localize it, or you just make sure it fits so that it doesn't look weird. And that's a very good thing that this movie does, because we've seen movies lately that just don't do that. That's the thing. I've said it. Now I can forget it again.
All right, thanks. Thanks, Ayinka. All right, I'm going to go to some of the comments. Most of them, I think, are from Adayo. So the coronet was done well for most part, and the prosthetics were believable. Yeah, I liked how Tenny did not come back after 15 years with an American accent. I wonder, 15 years is a lot. It's fair enough time to change your accent, but I guess in Gangs of Lagos, it's it's not bad that we kept our accent. All right, and I like the time transition. Even before they told us 15 years had passed, the use of subtext was good. I also liked how the people aged. The makeup was good. All right, I think Edwin has made a late. Oh no, Obina and then Edwin made late entrances. Obina, do you want to tell us some of the things you liked about Gangs of Lagos?
Hey guys, how's it going? So, um, hmm, really great motion picture. I really must say that the movie was really, really compelling. When you look at the scale and the effort that's put in, I mean, I personally know Jade. I mean, from her days at Ndani TV working on, I mean, she says that she got inspiration for this film shooting the scene from Giddy Up, for those people who've seen it. They went to shoot in Lagos Island, and she looked across the balcony where they were shooting the scene, and suddenly she was hit with this light bulb of inspiration. The film, triumphs in so many areas. Let me start by talking about something that's really that I see that is really important, and the basics for any movie. The story has a beginning, a middle, and an end, with characters that are developed. You see the origins of this character, you see the struggles that are very palpable, and you see them come through the struggles. And I think that that's something that is pretty much missing in what we're used to saying: the story. It's compelling, it starts, it finishes, it ends properly. And also, what I really, really liked again in the film is the use of music and sound design. And let me explain what I mean by this. So you see the scene where London is being buried. They were playing music, Vegas Island Fuji music, and everybody's in the groove. Now, when you see that things are about to go down, it suddenly changes. There's suddenly a reverb effect that suddenly, and it morphs slowly to ominous music. I was listening to it with some speakers, and I could tell, you could literally hear how it begins to sound. That transition into ominous music. You still hear the music underneath. That is deliberate sound design, and that's something that, somebody was talking about respecting the craft of filmmaking. Details that matter, that make the difference. Sometimes you watch a film and you can wax lyrical about all the production design and all that stuff, but little things like that just make the difference, and they got that pretty right. Another thing I really want to talk about that really means a lot to me is the cinematography. The camera was another character. So we've talked about, Kazim, Oba, and everybody else that made the film while watching. The camera itself was a character. Took us through, those amazing scenes. You are the immersion. Like you're almost on this excursion around this place called Lagos Island. From high points, low points, mid points. We had one takes. We had shots that on the roof where you just pan and tilt, and the focus puller just pulls. In one take, and I think it was really brilliant. It's very masterful. I really have to talk about the brilliance of Mr. Movies and what the director, what Jade was able to do. I think in all, I think everything came together to really give us something that was really, really exciting and really, really intriguing. That mark of excellence that we can do these things here. And I think that every department or you sure I used to work at UBA building, and you look down and you look at Isaleko and you see that clandestine nature. It's almost like in forceful claustrophobia. You felt it, like, especially when Oba and Gift were talking. They're literally talking. You're in different houses and they're talking. There's literally no space. Like no places, like no places swing a cat. Essentially, I like that. You see that, that nature. I really like the film. I think it's probably it's probably a great spectacle. It's something that's really impressive, and the fact that Amazon was able to launch with this as their as their first original, that really says a lot about the ambition. So I really loved the film. I really loved it. I really loved the performances of the actors. I think that they brought their A game, and actors were pushed to their limits. Child actors, extras, the main cast, supporting cast. I can wax lyrical all day about Shoma, but I really enjoyed the film. I think it was a good watch. I think it was a compelling watch, and I think it's a marker that's been put on about what can come from Nollywood. So yeah. So that's I'll talk a little bit about stuff I thought could have been better in the next segment. So thank you.
All right. Thanks, Edwin. Edwin, some of the stuff you like.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. So for what I liked, I think the first thing I liked was the performances of the older actresses. Chioma Akpota and Yabo Ojo were, I guess, they were the strongest acting performances in the film. And then I would say a couple of the older male actors as well. Yabo Ojo was very believable as a certain archetype of Nigerian mother, somebody who, because of all the trauma she has experienced in her life, they hold on to religion with an almost fanatical fervor, and then they apply that. So they kind of lose empathy for people in their lives, and if those people don't align with what they believe, they consider you an antagonist. So you could see that dynamic of, I want to protect myself, and religion gives me a framework in which I can protect my emotions and move through the world. And she was very believable. Every scene she was in, you could always see her struggling between what she believes as dogma and what is happening in reality in front of her. And I really, really enjoyed her performances. I also enjoyed Chioma Akpota. Chioma Akpota was like the emotional core of the film. You could process what was happening in the film based on how she was reacting to things, how she was engaging things. I really, really enjoyed that. I also enjoyed that we did not see any of the Lekki Ikoyi Bridge in this film at any point. That was very refreshing to me, because it would have just been like a very easy thing to do. But instead, Isaleko was given a much better representation than, for example, Far From Home. It was much better. It was more cohesive. It was more believable. There were scenes in particular where the actors were working on the streets as children and as adults, and you could see that there was a transition. It was like design. There were design choices that you could see how Isaleko had progressed negatively between when the main characters were children and when they were adults. And there was one scene in particular where they were walking down the street, and it was just like really well lit, but still dingy and dark enough that it didn't feel like a film. It felt like, we're just strolling down the street with them. I really, really enjoyed that. I also enjoyed the orchestration of the gangs, how we're introduced to the gangs, how we saw the gangs evolve. I enjoyed that as well. I enjoyed the build up to the emotional scenes. The build up felt very well done, and so when the payoff for the emotional scenes came, I actually felt them. Like I did feel super emotional in a couple of scenes. When Ify died, I felt very emotional there. At the point where Oba and his mother split, officially never to return, I enjoyed that as well. I enjoyed Tenny and Oba's relationship for the most part. The slow burn, the 20-something years slow burn that they had, and the eventual resolution of the sexual tension between them. I really, really enjoyed that. I enjoyed the penultimate scene where Oba and Gift and Kazim have their final showdown, and a lot of things are revealed in that point. I did feel a bit that, that was like, it was very Deus Ex, but still, it worked. It worked for me. I would say, arguably, this is the most realized Nollywood streaming original. I wouldn't say best, but most realized. Like, the world was very insular. The world felt believable. From the first scene to the last scene, you didn't really get any scenes that felt out of place or felt inconsistent with the world that Jade was building. And I appreciated that very, very much. For the young actors, I think I enjoyed Ify's performance the most, mostly because he didn't really have to do a lot of heavy lifting, and he felt like an outsider because he was an outsider in that world, looking in, and I enjoyed not because of what he was doing, but because of the casting choice. The casting choice worked so that while he was playing the role, we never really, there was never anything that would have jolted us out of the persona that he was supposed to be and the arc that he was supposed to carry in the film. So those were the things that I really enjoyed from Gangs of Lagos.
All right. Thanks, Edwin. What this is Max. Rex, please, as succinctly as you can, tell us some of the things you enjoyed about Gangs.
All right. Thank you so much. Well, basically for me, I think with this movie, Gangs of Lagos, there have been a lot of improvements in the Nollywood space, and I think we can all agree with that. First and foremost, I will start with the casting. I do not know who was responsible for the casting, but I can tell you for sure that the person did a wonderful job. We had a lot of people who would at some point never expect to see them in a movie, but they didn't just act in this movie, but they did exceptionally well. Looking at Chike in a movie, he just gave I think he gave his A game in this movie. We could see that the emotions was there. We could literally feel the some sort of empathy for him, especially when he died. That tells you a lot. That he could put in the work as an actor. For you to feel something, meaning the person actually did a really, really good job in acting it and to make it look real. And then this guy who was popular for this skit, if I'm not mistaken, if I hold you in my hand, your blood is going to dry. I know a lot of us know that skit. That the guy really did a whole lot in that movie. I was not expecting that he could, deliver as much as he did, but that was an amazing work. And then we had Zlatan in the movie too, giving us the whole street vibe, which I think is a normal thing for people in Nigeria. We could know that it could give that street vibe and all of that. And then one other thing that actually got me was Yemuli in the movie. Although he didn't really say much, but he just being the presence in any scene at all, it tells a lot. Even if he didn't have to say a lot, he actually told a lot of stories, and his action was amazing. I say kudos to the acting, and let me not even forget about Toby. I think Toby is actually doing a great work, and every movie he's acting, it just gets better and better. So for me, casting was amazing. And then talking about the fight scenes, personally, I do not like a lot of Nollywood fight scenes because I feel there's a whole lot of things that can go wrong and that I do not like. But for this particular movie, I think there was a lot of improvements in action, and that I could personally see a lot of improvements. Although I know that I've done a lot better, but this is a lot better than some movies that I've watched that came out this year. And so kudos to them. I think there's a lot of rehearsals that had to go down, and it came out really well. And then talking about the storyline was an amazing. It took us through a journey from when they were little to when they grew up, and the story was just linking, from when I think Oba lost his dad and never knowing who was behind the killing of his dad, and going up to later realize that who killed his dad is someone he has been working for a very long time. And so that I felt there was a need for us to know what happened before, for us to understand what's going to happen next. And so the storyline was amazing. Took us through a lot of journeys, and I would say kudos to the director, kudos to the producers, and it's a wonderful movie. Nollywood is getting there, and I feel we can do better. So that's literally the things I like.
All right. No, thanks, Rex. Well spoken. All right. I think we are finally there. All right. It's time to enter the bad. I'll just read some comments. You can tweet your comments if you don't want to speak. There just some more goods coming in the comment section. Candace just said Rotimi was spacing facts like person will get better. Well, thanks for that. Shagan said, what has Jade done? People go they fear to use the Lekito Bridge in their films. I think you're underestimating Nollywood filmmakers, to be honest. All right. Okay. Sorry, the space is currently full. I might rotate people, but the queue is still quite long. Anyway, Vanessa, do you want to start us with before Vanessa starts us with her bad? This is not a bad thing, so I'm just going to put out there. There's if anyone has seen Gangs of New York. I don't know if this was like supposed to be like a retelling of something like that for Lagos. I don't think they intended to sort of do that. I don't know. It's difficult to say for sure, but given there's quite a few similarities between some of the plots. I almost feel like some of the things are at least an homage. There's a time where Toby is holding two either two axes or two shower weapons, like Billy the Butcher does in from Gangs of New York, like by his sides with the weapons sort of facing outwards, as quite an iconic shot from that film. There's some story beats in there. They're not exact at all. So I wouldn't call it complete ripping off. But it's if you have seen Gangs of New York, it's impossible to not notice some similarities. Billy the Butcher also being kind of a guy who owns a meat thing and carves stuff. Yeah. Anyway, but let's do some of the things we didn't like or agree with. Vanessa, kick us off.
Of course. So while I enjoyed the introduction to our world, the introduction to the main players in this world, I did feel that the first act tarried for way too long. There was a time when it felt like, okay, wait, why are we still with the kids? And I say this because by the time we got to the second act, leading into the third act, a lot of it felt very hurried. Unlike the first act where we were allowed to sit with a lot of things, sit with the fact that Iyabo Ojo's character was traumatized, and so in turn she ended up traumatizing her son, sort of led him into this world that she had tried to keep him away from. The fact that this prophecy that was made at Oba's birth sort of fulfilled twice, with both his fathers who died quite young. And so it just made it seem like his own death was imminent. Like, all of that was great in the beginning, but we were allowed to sit with those things in the first act. And so by the time we got to the second and third act, it just felt like a lot of stuff was happening all at once, and we weren't giving the same time to breathe and take all of it in. And not just as members of the audience, segueing on to my next point, it felt like a lot of stuff was just happening to our main character, Obalola. It just felt like a lot of stuff was happening to him. It almost felt like, for a main character who was supposed to be that guy, this is our king tomorrow. This is the son of two kings, former kings, two former Elenians. I don't know, it just felt like he should have been doing more versus stuff just happening to him. I'm just gonna say that and move on. Next, I hate to be the person, but I didn't particularly like the coloring of this. I know someone said they liked the yellow. Honestly, the yellow wasn't giving to me. I don't know. I never really used to care about how films were colored and the color treatment of films pre film club, but now I do, and yeah, I just, it didn't do anything for me. That's all I'm saying. Next, I hate to say this. Because I love Toby. I'm a fan of Toby as an actor. I don't think this was a great performance. And I'm not saying it was a bad performance. I'm just saying this was pretty much, this felt like a preliminary to Brotherhood. I am of the opinion that Toby's performance in Brotherhood was miles ahead of this. That's all I'm saying. On to my my least favorite performance as a whole in this. Not that it was completely bad, because I'm sure I've seen her worse. Adesola Osiberu. She was pretty much the weakest link in this. She had a couple moments, I think maybe couple is being generous. I think the only moment that felt like anything was when she got the call that Panama was dead. Otherwise, pretty, very, very mid. What else? I think there were a lot of
Vanessa, you cut off, or is it
the
just
scene with. Oh, I think I did. Did I cut off?
Just for a bit, yeah. You're back.
I think it's the scene with Olorogun and what's the guy, Ekun, right? And Kazim on that round table. Beautifully shot, actually. Probably one of my favorite shots of it. But I enjoyed Olorogun being a background character that we didn't see, and that we only heard of, and sort of somehow inspired fear in this whole community that a lot of them probably had never even seen him. And so just seeing that scene, I don't know, Yinka Quadri is nice, but I don't know. I just felt like we could have spent time, I don't know, with something else. It felt like there were a bunch of quantum leaps from having that conversation where with Ekun, where his Oba is tied to the chair, to Oba and Ebun deciding that they're gonna go and rob the stash of guns. It's like, it almost felt like there was a whole chunk missing, in between that. Like, we go from fighting in the streets to Toby going into this lair and giving us Jet Li and all the fighting 300 people at once. And it's like all of that's happening and nobody's wondering, where's Obalola? We spend so much time in this, you are an idiot, Nino said you were smarter. And it's like, but there's a whole war going on outside, and his people aren't watching their six and saying, where's Oba? It just felt like there was a lot of stuff that was done for spectacle's sake. That was a disservice to this. As much as the story in this is a lot better than the one in Brotherhood, the execution of this is off. A lot of stuff just felt missing. That's how I felt about it. And maybe it's because I'm inundated by the multitude of crime and gang based films in Nollywood in the last couple of months that this wasn't as exciting to me as it probably was for a whole lot of people. A lot of it just felt rushed towards the end. That honestly, that scene with the AO at London's funeral, I get it. It's a thing done in action films, but how are the masquerades coming in? There's a table. I'm sorry, I just couldn't suspend my reality. There's a table. The Bible says I will prepare a table for your enemies. Abi, anyway, there is a table with all the villains, all the people that people come to target. They are all sat down at the same table, and your face, your masquerade walking, and they are shooting at the poor man that is singing Keresi number one. What did the live band do to you? Why not shoot directly at the people that people came to shoot? But no, I guess for convenience sake, we needed to have our final fight scene at the top of the roof. Because if people do not shoot directly at those whole round table of your enemies, you are shooting at Brother Keresi number one. How?
Okay. All right. Thanks, Vanessa. If you have more stuff, we'll come back.
I don't know. I just wasn't as excited by this. I don't think I have a lot of bads. I just have a lot of questions, and I don't think anyone's gonna answer my questions here because I don't particularly care. I hate to say it. It wasn't as whelming as I wanted it to be. It was incredibly underwhelming for me.
Right. Okay. She's just whelmed. All right. Okay. I think, John, you're dashing off in a bit. So if you can.
All right. Thank you. So I think before I kick off, I also want to give this disclaimer that art is subjective. Same with movies. So when we're passing off these remarks, know that it's in regards to how we see them. Just like Vanessa said, to pick off, the biggest thing for me was the mismatch in the casting between Adesola and Bimbo, because it was like, it's so clear that these people are like acting the polar roles. So why not just make the switch, give Bimbo that? Because I feel like Bimbo could have delivered the role of Adesola as opposed to what Adesola was doing. Now going more into my lane, which is writing, just as also Vanessa mentioned, that the first act was too long. I understand when you're writing, crime movies or like gang movies, you have to establish social proof. But there's also a thing for writers to know that you have to trust your audience. When you tell us something the first time, know that that's at the back of our heads, and now it's left for you to establish that in the second act and then pay it off in the third act. But I think this was like a 2-hour movie, and we were still like a 30 minutes with the kids being young and still trying to establish the social proof. It didn't need to be that long. You could have just told us what you wanted to tell us and then taking us directly into the movie. And going back to what Omalabi mentioned about the younger Oba, I still maintain my stance that the problem wasn't with his character, it was with the telling, with the voiceovers. And that's something that happens with voiceovers, right? Sometimes it tends to be redundant, and sometimes you're telling, you're not showing. So, and in other moments, you're just taking out the mystery in the storytelling. There were some things that Oba's character mentioned that would have been a nice payoff if he hadn't outrightly told us, or just some things that it would have been nice to see without it being said, right? Then I think what I would say is some things were also just too convenient. When we're talking about, I think his name is Nino, guys. I don't know people's names. When his name is Nino, the one who took Oba in. Really? You just take someone in after meeting them the first time? Really, guys? And then, Bimba's character coming back after 15 years, being in love with someone she hung out with as a... Y'all be for real. Be for real. 15 years in the US, you were with this person as a child, you're coming back, you're still sort of in love with this person. Nah, I don't believe that. And, the ending scene, you're telling us this person is the king of Isaleko, right? And which means he has spies everywhere. And I'm going to liken this to Game of Thrones, where, Lord Varys is able to get information about Daenerys from across the sea, right? That's his social proof of being the king in his realm, Lord of the Spies or whatever his name was. And then you're telling us these people were conveniently able to meet in this same location, this same Isaleko, and this king, whatever his name is, was not aware of them even meeting. I'm not saying he knew what they were talking about, but just them even gathering in the same place that he reigns over. He's not aware of them gathering, and he still comes to the wedding and everything's still fine. Didn't believe it. It was too convenient. Yeah, I think that's really much what I didn't like about the movie. Again, the convenience of it all, the taking away the suspense, and just the mismatch in the casting with Bimbo and Adesua, because I did not believe Adesua. Anytime she opened her mouth to speak, I was just questioning it. It was like, why? Like, nah, didn't believe it. So yeah, that's that.
All right. Interesting. No, thanks, John. I think one of the questions about why couldn't have subtitles. I think I see exactly what you see there, and I think other people did. But ever since I got married, she can't be kissing no Toby. She can't be kissing Toby and Rose anymore. This is, I mean, like, I don't know this for a fact, but it's very convenient. That's what the data shows. The data shows since she got married, ain't no more putting tongues in anybody else aside her man's. All right, which is fine. It just does make for a very different Adesua on screen. All right, okay, but thanks. Like to go to I think Omar, did you?
Okay. Things I don't like about this movie. Number one thing I didn't like was the voiceover. It's kind of like telling and not showing. Because the scene where this guy died, Nollywood died, and Toby said, nothing good lasts forever. I felt like I knew that guy would die immediately. He said that they were going to show us the next scene he was killed. So I felt like the voiceover was off. We didn't need the voiceover because I could see the things that were happening. So why are you telling me? So the voiceover didn't do it for me. Toby's performance was not just it. Like, I know people are hyping the performance, but I'm sorry. This feels like a rehearsal for Brotherhood. It feels like he was preparing for Brotherhood. So when he was doing Brotherhood, it got better. He was already into the character. So this performance, I'm not saying it's bad, but it's not what people are saying it is. Young Ify, yeah, the character played by Chike, Young Ify could speak Yoruba. So what happened when he grew older and he couldn't speak Yoruba? So I'm kind of confused because I had the young boy speak Yoruba. I had him speak Yoruba. So what happened? And the way they introduced the character, Tenny's character, because they were talking about Tenny before we saw her. So I was kind of I didn't like the introduction of the character. It felt like when this guy young Obalola was telling ile teni niyen. I didn't like that dialogue, and in a kind of way, the dialogue of this movie was kind of over the nose. Like there's some part I felt like, oh, why are these people saying these things? What you guys are going to show us? Why are you saying these things? So I didn't like the dialogue. A part of the dialogue, I didn't like it. Nino's Lowo, the guy that played Nino Lowo, I didn't like his delivery of his lines. The performance too wasn't doing it for me. I know he's cute, everybody's doing that, but no, that performance is not it. It's not what you people are saying it is. So the writing of this movie could have been better because my own first act ended when Ify died. That was like how would I call it? I've forgotten this term we call it in screenwriting. That was like the inciting incidents for me in this movie because everything was just going like they were like a TV show. They were just doing different subplots, and I was like, okay, what is this story? What does our main character want? And all of a sudden, they threw in coding. I was like, what the fuck? What's going on? So my own first act ended when Ify died, and that was when the movie started for me. So what else didn't I like? The backstory. Okay, I said the backstory dragged too long when they were kids. It's dragged too long. Whew. The fight scene at the end. I think the way that scene was directed, it was somehow because those guys came in and they were shooting sporadically at people. We didn't even know who their targets were. So I was like, okay, what's going on? Because you could easily go to the table and shoot what was his name, Kazim, and the older man, and what is our Yinka Kodri, the man in white, I've forgotten his name, the main villain. So you could easily go to the table and shoot at them. So why did you just come in as that? Well, I know those guys too, they have underdogs. I mean, they have foot soldiers. So, but they were just shooting at everyone, and then Kazim and Toby going to the rooftop. Oh my god, that's so cliche. I was like, what's this? Why do you have to do this? And they were not talking about pie, and I was like, no, the dialogue was just off. And the character gift, our characterization, I think should I say the characterization doesn't match with the outlook because the way they costume, they are they Toby and Adesola, they felt like if you are a middle class person and you move to maybe a low income area, like maybe a ghetto, and when you look among the kids, they felt like that to me, and I was okay, what's this? And yeah, I didn't like Toby's delivery of lines too in a few scenes, and it was sounding somehow. I think this thing they later did maybe like should I say voiceover or maybe recording, and they match it over the. I mean, they have to like synchronize it with the scenes because at some point they felt like they were doing voiceover and they were not the ones speaking. Maybe like if you've seen TV shows or if you've seen movies where they would have to like translate to another language, so it sounded like that. And especially in the scene when Toby was in the car with Bimbo, the way he delivered his lines in that scene, I didn't like it. I didn't enjoy it. Not let me say I didn't like it but I didn't enjoy it. And I was like, okay, why is he speaking like this? That was when I knew that, okay, maybe this Brotherhood is far better than his performance in Gang of Lagos. I think that's all I can remember for now. Maybe you can allow me to
Okay. Thanks so much, Jude. All right. I'm going to go with Elizabeth. Elizabeth, tell some of the things you enjoy about Gangs of Lagos and Gangs of
I
Lagos.
did not enjoy that. I enjoyed which one?
You don't enjoy Nabi?
Okay, so for the things I didn't like, okay, let me just start this, right? Jade is an ambitious and very brilliant filmmaker, but she has one but story and plotting has to be her Achilles heels. She's not good with them. She has had like at least four high concept movies now, and one major thing she's consistent with production value, and the second consistency has to be the story. Unlike Brotherhood and Unlike Brotherhood, I didn't bother to establish motive. Gangs of Lagos did that, establish each character's motivation. But just like Brotherhood, it employs exposition lazily, and I'll explain that. So this movie established the backstory, which did a lot for the motivation and the world building. Omodudu was saying something around narration. Personally, for me, I didn't mind it. Narration is also another technique of exposition, which I mean, you use it to push the story forward quickly, as in fill in some things when necessary. If even that, I'd say, well, okay, let's do that. But for me, okay, let me go back to the plotting because plotting dragged this movie for me and it began to veer into boring at some point. Like I was just watching it, I'm like, okay, at some point I will know the points of this movie. The premise, it will shall show up at some point, right? Like we're in this world, we are seeing everything that is wrong in Isaleko. We are seeing what Kazim is doing. We are seeing these boys have gone into the life. They're doing what Kazim is doing, blah, blah, blah. We're just seeing it. And the premise for our protagonist, aka our actor, didn't show up until the third act, like to the end of the second act, to the third act. Why? This movie would eventually turn out into a revenge theme, but not until the third act. Why? And because of that, this became rather almost directionless for me. Like every other person has said, the first act dragged. So when you got into the second act and you're like, you know what, we're gonna see what's gonna happen, right? And because of that, it just felt like it was going on and I was just waiting for it. So by the time we got to the revenge, this made it rather uninspiring for me. And again, maybe this makes sense when Vanessa said that it seemed as though the third act was rushed. And that's exactly what happened because we spent so much seeing so much. And that when the eventual premise showed up, they were trying to tie up everything else and like, let's wrap this up. So while I enjoyed the old revenge against Kazim, I was waiting for it to happen. But the journey together was the problem. We had this exposition used that Ekon used to tell us that it was Kazim that did the bad thing. Okay, I was willing to let this particular one go because I mean, I was like, why is Ekon just in Yoruba will say can like we try just been telling us everything that you know what I'm like, no, let me just close eye to this particular one. Now, tell me why Terrible had to drop the other exposition on how his dad died. I'm like, oh my God. At this point, we're using exposition to tell what really happened to his two dad, to first to Pana, then his first dad, and then we will still eventually find out that he did that to his second dad. I don't know, guys. I was like, okay, all right, let's. But by this time, I was bored because everything else that happened was just horrid. And everything else, like somebody else said, it was just too convenient. Everything was just too convenient. It was neat. Now, that's why for plotting for me and the story, internal conflict, guys. Internal conflict. This should drive the character's development. But it seems as though this movie confused desire for internal conflicts. Again, I didn't think the writing was good. You see the whole idea Oba being king, he's going to rule Isaleku and yada yada yada, and then not finding his way. But these things just were just happening almost like it was happenstance. Like right, was seeing Java here, he's going San Francisco there, money mattress there. It was just things that is desire. And then when he had an internal monologue with himself after he's been to Banana Island, the internal monologue was drawn out of envy, right? It wasn't exactly like, what am I doing with my life? It was much like, or more, if to say my papa did, I for they live this kind of life, or I for don't go school, that kind of thing. So it was not exactly like, this is my desire. It's conflicting with my external work and things that I need to get done. So we seen, say, oh, I want to leave, and then he does nothing, like, no, this is your life. And then we see Oban is money matrix, and nothing else is happening. And then until we now got to the end, and happenstance again, revenge became what he had to use to take out Kazim. And then, at the end, we see him do what does. People are in the house, babies, and he's living on the beach in 9 months. That's bad. Okay, so that's for internal conflict. Character development, I've been hearing that here, guys. I'm not seeing it though, because all the kids experience that they had when they were kids, was what they were seeing when they were adults. There was really nothing. It was like, this is Isaleko, and this is what's gonna happen in Isaleko. When he was little, he was bolder, he was smart, he was on his feet, he knew that woman did not go to police station in 15 minutes, right? He could, but he's just an adult running errands. Nothing really changed. So Pana dying and him, hi baby, you want cocoa melon? Sorry, guys. So when you see a situation where we see this, oh god, I've lost my train of thought. So we see this thing happen, and I don't know. Character development for me was just not there. Like, I'm not seeing it. What changed? What happened to anybody? Nothing. So I don't know. And then at some point, it became preachy. Now, don't get me wrong, I don't mind. A little, don't do this here, a little, don't do that here. But this just seems, okay, I'll say that the first half seemed like a documentary. It was just like, welcome to Isadeko. We're going to show you how Agberos run things for governors. And then we're seeing preaching here and there. We're seeing, oh, you need power. This is your destiny. Oh, that's, I mean, it was almost as though the dialogue was written to be ambitious at some, I don't know the word to you, not ambitious is not the word, but you get me though. Like, they were speaking to the crowd at some point, like it's speaking to the audience. I don't, if you have to do that at almost every conversation, including that when they said you had to pack the car, I rolled my eyes there. Oh, I'm like, oh, FML, I beg. And then he pat, and honestly, I thought he was angry because he needed to go save Pana. Because I didn't see it as though it was because he dropped that to go by, and because he dropped that to get things, but the last call he had was Ipana. And here I was thinking, you know what, he really needs to go save Pana. But I'm not, and the next thing is stopping. Why are you stopping? You want to go and save Pana now? And then I'm hearing, let me tell you what happened. I'm like, oh God, not this again. So that's it for me, I think. And okay, Vanessa mentioned that last fight scene was the worst fight scene. Why are we having that ridiculous shooting? Why? Anyways, bye, guys.
That's Elizabeth. Right. Shout out to Coco Melon. All right. I just want to read this tweet. This tweet actually gave me a chuckle. Nono says, the way the characters were explaining the plot as though it was a Christopher Nolan film was funny. I say that's a huge Christopher Nolan fanboy. But yes, I think a few people have mentioned it now about even whether it be voiceover. The voiceover was one that felt particularly egregious because it's like we are. This wasn't showing not telling. This is showing and telling, I guess. But it's like there was almost no point to most of the voiceover. It's like it was just describing what was on screen. But yes, all right, okay. To me, please go on.
Okay. So, Gangs of Lagos, while it had amazing visuals and captivating sounds, while the technical work was okay, I found the writing lacking. First of all, I feel like they couldn't sell any of the relationships to me. The relationships between Ify, Gift, and Toby and Obalola was in no way believable. Neither was the relationship between Kiluruko, Obalola and Tenny, also not believable. Another thing that I didn't understand, and I've been trying to look for justifications for why they went with this direction. So these three kids, they're definitely in school because I mean they were speaking good English, and we can as well assume that they were in school. So what were they doing on the streets at that time, harassing a woman with her daughter? What were they doing on the streets at that time? And I mean, they also had parents. Ify had Mama Ify and Obalola had his mom. So is it like these parents didn't know they were not in school, or is it that these parents, or is it that it was a Saturday morning, or why were they on the streets? That didn't make sense. Um, Another thing, talking about the relationships and the characters, Gift, Ebum, Adesuwa Itomi, those three entities, they were not it for me. And why I say this is because I who who exactly was Gift in all of this? I couldn't understand what she was doing and I feel like if the whole thing was between Obalola and Ify, it would have, I think, been more understandable because they definitely put more thought into the characters of Obalola and Ify than they did to Ebon. Ebon just felt like a tag along character. Okay, we definitely need female representation for this film. So okay, you know what? Let's put Ebon. But who is Ebon? What is she? How is she? Even in the whole friendship something, we could see like the relationship between young Obalola and Ify. But Ebon just felt that she just felt like, okay, Kasha your CB by just put you here and you'll be there to like as our, let's say, to give us comic relief or something. I don't know, but that was, and also Obalola wanted to become the CBN governor or something. He wanted to go to San Francisco to work. He this thing, if he wanted to become a musician, what did Gift want to do? What was her ambition? Why should I like Gift? Why should I care about Gift? None of that. Adesuwa Itomi, I don't know. I honestly don't know. I think like some people said, Adesuwa Itomi should have been Tenny, in my opinion, because yes, I definitely feel like Bimbo would have given a much more convincing performance than Adesuwa. Now, I'm not dismissing the work that Adesuwa did. I feel like she was excellent, especially with the, whole fights choreography. And I feel like maybe the reason they cast Adesuwa in the role is to probably give, let's say, the vibe of Anne Hathaway, I guess, in this type of films. I think maybe that's what they wanted to give. But I feel like Bimbo would have given a better performance, and yeah, they should have just swapped the both of them, honestly. But I really don't care about who they cast into the role of Gift or Ebon because she was just there. Another thing about this film is that I felt very emotionally detached. Some people are telling me that, oh, this says more about my heart. I feel like this says more about the writing. Because when Ify died and Adeso, I was crying. I was just, like, why are you crying? Because who was Ify? I mean, when Ify died, I didn't feel anything because, okay, while we kind of understood who Ify was, if he had Mama Ify, and if he wanted to become a music, that was all we knew about Ify. So okay, when Ify died, Ify was supposed to go and perform, okay, and they've already like shown us when he was much younger how he wanted to become a musician. I think I would have appreciated it if they had actually, okay, instead of that scene where they were at the club where if he was performing, they actually showed us him putting efforts into becoming an artist. Or maybe if they had shown us if he's striving for it. When he died and he lost that opportunity, maybe I would have actually felt bad. Quick, pẹ̀lẹ́ ọmọ yìí o, this, that. You understand? But if he died, I was like, okay. And when the story like started moving forward, I was like, oh, so this is what we were waiting for all along. And this is why I actually had to rewatch the film, because we read a premise. I mean, yeah, exactly. We read a premise. So we started the film with a premise in our head. We have a kind of idea that the premise has already given us. And okay, we start watching 1 hour into the movie, 1 hour, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, things are just happening. We are like, okay, what's the point of this film? And you must stretch it until it's about over one football match into the film. That's when you're not like, oh, so this is the story that they want to tell. Why? Just why? What else?
Do you wanna do you want to save some? You've actually said a couple of things that really, some I hadn't thought of, honestly, and some that I completely agree with, and where my issues with the characters will come round to me. But thanks for that. I know there's still quite a few people, and I just want to get to the people as they came, if I can remember the queue. But yes, for me, the characters in this, I don't. Very difficult to connect with anyone in this, especially if you, like you mentioned, you're talking about what we know about them, and I was like, I don't know. Like we talk about Toby wanting to Japa. I don't know, because he has books that I guess he reads, but like we don't know how much versus the crime stuff, like how much they're paying attention to this other motives they want, because most of what we see are just the crime stuff. So like, yeah, when he eventually dies, we're like, oh, okay. I mean, like, it's just another gangster who got killed. No, why are you special? Anyway, all right, but yes, thanks, Timmy. I'm gonna guess. Rotimi. I think. Sorry if it's not Rotimi. Are you there? It's not Rotimi. Yeah, everybody who's on here is quite further. All right. Otas. Otas.
Sure.
Yeah.
Let's see here. So I worked very hard to ignore the similarities with certain things happening. And I'm not sure if it works for or against the movie, but it does work very well against my first bad, which is Tony Abraham. And I am not willing to add anything else to that. It was very easy and sudden the way Nino and Princess adopted him. And even after that, the way Princess like just disappeared from his life after Nino died, I don't know, it felt so random. That whole part felt random. And then even after Nino died, his mom it felt like that would have been a time to at least try again. And that whole weird parenting, I guess, situation between the three of them was very, very odd. There's a lot of blood in the car accident scene, but no idea where it came from. I thought the second and what's this? I thought the second and third. I thought the second and third half were probably the weak. No, sorry, second and fourth half were the weaker parts. The fight scenes were not great. I can see the amount of work that's gone into it, but it still doesn't feel fluid. And a lot of the fighting felt alien to how I would expect people to fight, and even how it's been seen. And then obviously, what kind of a day drops his weapon to fight people twice? Like, And then the even the fight at the end was the worst. But that was bad. I thought it was very obvious to me that Kazim did kill Nino, and even Oba saw that almost as soon as Nino died. I thought from the moment Nino died, it was very, very clear to me who the villain was going to be. Yeah, and then, like I said, the fight scene between Kazim and Oba clearly had to happen, but I wish it hadn't, because it took me out of that whole thing. It was really the worst part of that wedding event. And then Gift just had no direction or story or relevance, other, I guess, than being the third musketeer. But yeah, those are my bad. It's not a long list.
All right. No, thanks, Atas. Damala, do you want to tell us some of the issues you had? Not pushback time.
I'm waiting for it's pushback. I'm waiting for pushback. When is pushback happening? Because I'm angry.
Pushback, I'll put after we finish the bet. It's
Yeah,
coming.
okay. I wait. Bye bye.
Okay. All right. I think open. Is it open now before Edwin? Huh? Edwin? Okay, open now. Go on.
All right. Okay, thanks. All right. So some of the stuff I didn't like. I had known about this project. And see the things that are happening in the industry, and I was really. This is the completed principal photography in 2021. Yes, because I went to shoot Brotherhood, and I was I'd even seen the treatment actually, because I was privileged to have seen something. So the expectation had been on for over a year, so seeing it, and in fact, the first thing I saw of it was when I think Prime put out the posters, and to be honest, this is not the film, but it's part of the publicity and marketing. I felt a bit underwhelmed because I don't see how a color palette of yellow tells the story of a gritty, chaotic affair like gangs. It felt too fashion forward for me for a gang film, a film about gangs that will involve blood, that will involve a lot of, for me, I started to feel, I hope this, anyway, I didn't like the publicity material. I didn't like the use of yellow. I felt the color, I felt the treatment and art direction from that point perspective was a bit off. And anyway, so here comes the movie. So first things, I know that a lot of people have spoken about the color palette, but I have a completely different view. I feel that for a heavy subject matter like this that centers on betrayal, death, blood, chaos, I don't feel a vibrant. I don't feel a vibrant color palette was the best way to go. This is my way of looking at this artistically as an artist, and also as in my own right. I feel that something a bit more desaturated with a lot of contrast would what be, in my estimation, would have been more suited to the tone of this movie, because half the time the blood is like a character in the movie. Like half the time people are dying, half the time there's grief, it's somber. So when you juxtapose that with really bright yellows and really, I just feel that a desaturated palette would have worked better. Then another thing I want to talk about is just, I think the production design was great. Like we've spoken about and discussed. But for me, when it comes to eras, clearly on the tombstone of Nino Loro, he passed away in 2007. And he was driving a Mercedes 200 1984 model. But I looked around to see if I would see where, because for me, that's what I mean, when you are building worlds like that and they are supposed to be time periods, the details around those things matter. So when they have a long shot of the streets, I'm seeing an Infiniti QX85. I'm seeing, okay, so these cars don't belong in 2006 and 2005 or 20,000 or stuff like that, Even when we see the first shot of Olorogu's house, we see a Range Rover that's from 2021, 2022. And so I'm like, you know, and you know, so these little details like this matter, you know, because I'm very particular about how you say you're building an era. I know it's painstaking and I must give it to them, you know, but those little things matter. If it is from an era, everything has to fit in, you know, the cars look a certain way, you know, and I saw that they were kept the cameras close, you know, like lady whose bag was robbed was like I think a Toyota Corolla from the 1990s and stuff. So I see what there was an attempt, but generally, you know, it has to follow through. Then yeah, I think those are some of the things that I felt, you know, could have been done. Obviously, some of the, you know, like when they're shooting sporadically, you know, if you are shooting sporadically, you should have a lot more casualties, especially that last scene where there were guns spraying, there were, you know, bullets flying, but few bodies were falling, if you understand what I mean. I just felt that, you know, a lot more could have been done to actually showcase some level of authenticity. Then another thing I'm also going to talk about is, I mean, everybody has spoken about it, is, you know, there's something about casting people who sort of feel, you know, who sort of fit a role. And, you know, authenticity in casting is something I look forward to. If somebody has grown up in a suburb, has grown up in an environment, it should reflect in how they speak, in their mannerisms, you know, and things like that. So again, I felt, even though, you know, Adesola was great, she was really good, I think her choreography and her fighting, especially in that first fight scene when they go to grab Wemimo, it was really, really impressive. But I also feel that, you know, getting somebody who sort of fits into that world, it works a lot for authenticity, you know. So to a large extent, you know, these are things I felt that could have been a lot better in the movie, you know, from the way I see it, you know. But I mean, in general, you know, it was a good watch. I think that, you know, I initially said that I think that even though I agree to the fact that the first act was long, but I felt that regardless of when the second act kicked in and the third act kicked in, you could see that there's a beginning, middle, and an end, you know. But at the end of the day, it was really a really good attempt. These few things I've mentioned are things that for me were things that I felt could have been better. So thanks.
All right, thanks, Abhinav and Vanessa, on the color grading thing. And I guess, like, yeah, it depends on how you feel it's meant to be. If it's supposed to be dark and gritty, yeah, I can understand that desaturated look working better for you. But I just view this as a popcorn type film. So yeah, the colors went bad for me. All right, I'm just gonna read some comments before we move to Edwin for his takes. Tambe says, I agree with Mr. C. Best Nigerian originals so far from the majors: Netflix, Amazon, Showmax. I haven't seen DJ. Showmax isn't available in the US. Yes, that's true. Showmax, do something about that. That said, agreed on length. There's a stronger 90-minute film to be carved out of it. I wonder if she was meet a deadline. Well, she started this before Brotherhood, so you know, in terms of deadlines. Nedu says Gift is treated as an afterthought. They show Ify and Obalola as having dreams, but nothing on Gift. There's even a dialogue where Obalola says his dream is to go to San Francisco, and if his dream is to get a recording deal, but then he says nothing about Gift. Yeah, that's true. Malabi says, I still feel the young Oba expose came too early. I would have preferred a flashback in the reunion. And Ogagos says, Shina, waiting there for Nigeria, they call weird parenting. All right. I think that's a pushback on how the children being on the streets is apparently not uncommon. Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll get to that in a little bit.
Sorry, Mr. C. There's something I want to add real quick. So sorry. I think that there has to be a way we treat the color palettes for different eras. Now, and I've seen this across a lot of movies that do flashbacks or do, when they want to start from moment in time and coming to the present. I don't think they should have the same color palette because at some point it looks the same. There has to be something. Yes, they're in the younger, the younger ages, things are different. But I feel that because we see this a lot in Hollywood, we see that you can clearly see that this time belongs to a particular time, and when you move back to the present, there's a completely different feel and tone about a look and feel about the picture. And I feel that we should start to put that because it was the same colors, it was the same look and feel from when they were kids to when they were grown up. I just thought I should mention that.
All right, thanks, Obina. Fair point. All right, we'll go Edwin and then we'll go Iwere. Edwin.
Okay. Hi, everyone, again. So things I didn't like about, I guess I wouldn't call it things I didn't like. I just things I had a problem with Gangs of Lagos. I think the first thing was the writing. The writing was left a lot to be desired. There were I don't think a lot of thought went into the writing of Gangs of Lagos, and it showed in a lot of ways. I think the first thing that there were so many moving parts in the film that it was hard to gauge who was important and who was not. The three children were supposed to be the main characters of the film, but for the most part, they were not. They were bit players. We didn't really see their personal life, the interiority, none of that. They just kind of were like moving the plot along, even when they were children, when they were adults. The gang hierarchies were not properly explained. What if Elenia is the king of people? Why did Ninolo have to basically basically ambush him at his club and at the threat of death to get one girl out? That they don't explain why the girl is important. They don't explain why Ninolo would risk creating enmity with a rival gang by literally attacking them with guns when you could have used back channels. You could have talked to Elenia to talk to London. There were so many other things that they could have done, especially because Ninolo's characterization was that he is somebody who avoids violence, unlike Kazim. So for him to do that, I don't know what the point was to prove with that. So it kind of was confusing, and we didn't really understand how London was such an integral character to the show, to the point where Elenion couldn't control him. If Elenion was supposed to be the person that was in charge of the whole of Isaleko, and everybody was paying homage to him. So that was very, very confusing. At some point during the film, the explaint was that Ekun committed an unforgivable betrayal by joining London's gang after Nino died. And I was like, who is Ekun? And why is this so important to the plot? Why all of a sudden is this such a big deal that Ekun left Nino's gang and joined London's gang? And at the point that Ekun is introduced, he's pretty much like a gang leader. Like he's pretty much like a power player himself at that point. So if he's a power player, why are we still referring to him as a boy of London? And then when London is reintroduced to the plot, Kazim says something about how London has been out of the game for 15 years and he just came back. So if he was out of the game for 15 years and came back, why is he relevant? Like, why is he important? Why does Kazim have to take him out if Ekun is the person that actually has the power in his gang now? Those were things that were not explained, and those were things that were just kind of rushed through, and the audience was expected to just accept it and move on with it. So that was very confusing to me. As at the point that Oba becomes an adult, 15 years has passed, Oba is clearly a bit player. He's not important. He's not relevant he's literally just an enforcer for Kazim. There's nothing that separates him from Gift or Ify at that point, because they're all doing the same thing. They're running small errands for Kazim. So how do we go from Oba being a bit player to being Elenion? Every other person that is higher up in the hierarchy in different gangs, apart from him, how do they explain that everybody just, lets go of their own ambition and platforms Oba as the new Elenia. So that was very, very confusing because as at the point we meet Oba was literally told to be a security guard for Tenny, and he doesn't get lower than that. Like, there are people who are running guns. Terrible is running guns for Kazim, which means that he's way up on the hierarchy and is trusted with more responsibility than Oba. So how does Oba go from being somebody who literally is only good to play security guard to Kazim's daughter to becoming Elenia? So that was very, very confusing why Ekun and everybody else would put their weight behind Oba. And they tried to explain it by retconning, but yeah, it didn't really work. And then to go back a bit to the beginning, why were Oba and Ify and committing armed robbery as children? There is a hierarchy in gangs and in crime. At the age that they were at, they would most likely be doing, pickpocketing, snatching, running basic errands, not stealing thousands of naira. Armed robbery in the middle of the streets. Where are all the hierarchies? Where's all the power plays? Where's everything? How did that happen and nobody knew that they were going to do it? How did they pick that woman and her daughter? Why did they choose them? Those are questions, because we're in an organized crime syndicate, which the film suggests that Esaleko is at this point. Nobody does anything without somebody else vetoing it. So for Oba and Ify to be operating at that level of armed robbery, as at the time we are introduced to us at 8-9, at what point did they get inducted into crime? Who was the person that inducted them? Who was the person that taught them how to conduct armed robberies? Where do they run back to? Because if you commit an armed robbery, you have to have a hideout that you're going back to go and hide. You have to have somebody that's going to protect you. So why would Oba and Ify, especially because what the film tries to tell us is that they understand how crime works in Isaleko at that age, why would they take such a huge risk? And what was the risk? What were they stealing that money? What were they going to use the money to do? Those were questions that were not answered. What was their motivation for committing armed robbery at age 8, maybe age 9? Who was their handler? What was the motivation for that crime? All of that was not asked. And if you even look at it even more, why was Gift part of that? Like, there was no reason for Gift to be part, even if they were going to be stealing. Why was Gift so invested at that point? She's clearly not robbing with them. So what is all the point of all of that? Then another thing that I found very confusing was Bamidele. Is Bamidele corrupt or is she not? Because one of the things that the film tries to suggest to us is that Bamidele is a better alternative to Olorogun. But Bamidele is literally in bed with London. Like, London is basically the muscle behind her political campaign. So how is she better than Olorogun? And why are we supposed to root for her and root for her own mandate over the others? Is it because she was born in Lagos State, or she's a Lagos State indigene, that somehow makes her better than Olorogun? And at no point did they tell us that Olorogun is not from Lagos State, so we don't know what is happening there and why are we supposed to root for her anyways. And then, of course, there's all the retconning with Oba, where and in the third act they realize that, oh shit, we've done all of these things. We've positioned Oba as this very small player, doesn't have any power, cannot control anybody, but we want to make him Elenia. So all of a sudden they tell us that Oba's father was also a kingmaker, was going to put Bamidele as governor back in the 20-something years ago. And that's why he was killed, because he was going to make Bamidele governor. Where was she all the 20-something years between when Oba's father died and now? Why did she not look for Oba? Why did she not take an interest in his life? Why are there all these big plot gaps in how the story is told? That is really, really lazy. It is lazy. And I think another even lazy attempt was the whole Banana Island arc, where Kazim buys Tenny a house in Banana Island to show us that, Kazim wants a better life for himself, and that's why he's buying properties in Banana Island and he's super greedy. And I'm like, I don't really believe any of that, because Kazim doesn't show in any other ways except for this one house that is particularly interested in moving out of the ghetto. Even the whole thing where they talk about how Kazim wants to be governor eventually, that is not set up. That is not there's nothing that tells us that this was his motivation. So they kind of just have to tell us that, oh, this is the reason why, he's buying houses in Pan Island and putting them in Tenny's name, because he somehow wants to become governor and clean up his act later. Because, according to the story, when you finish crime, you retire in politics. Didn't work. Another thing that didn't work for me was the Bechdel test. Sorry, I have two more things. I'll just finish. Bechdel test. None of the female characters had any dialogue with each other.
Wait. I gave you like 8 minutes here. It's not 6. Just because there are other people, there's still some people on the queue. I just do need to get to other people. Please be cool. I think Ewere is next. Ewere, please. What's
Okay. Yeah, so
you went here for the likes. You didn't went here for a like. So like, if you want to do stuff you liked, feel free to throw it.
Yeah, I was here for the likes, but like almost everyone mentioned what I liked. It was really entertaining. But I'll just go to things that felt a bit off for me. And the gift aspect, like the character itself felt very off. And I didn't understand the transition to her being like her rooting for Ify and Oba to becoming like the fighting gift, because Chike could hold like a knife to that woman's neck at a very young age, and then he's growing to someone who's scared to kill someone. So, and then Gift is now the one who's fighting with Oba and doing all those crazy things. It just felt slightly off to me. And then it might not be so ordered, but yeah, Kazim's death felt so easy and convenient. I don't know, just felt very, very easy and convenient, which, like, growing up in Lagos, you just think that, oh, it's not going to be so easy to do that in like such a public gathering. And then the language and mannerisms of the three major characters, like, we've seen how these thugs talk, we've seen how their children talk, like this whole election season just showed us a lot of things. And then the mannerisms didn't really feel like they actually grew up in Saleko, to be honest. It didn't feel so authentic for some part. And then, to be honest, I know that they were trying to give Toby's character a reason to want revenge, but Chike's death felt quite unnecessary, seeing that, like, Kazim killed Nino Lowo, Kazim killed his dad. I felt that there was already enough if they could have just done more with it for Toby to want to kill Kazim. So that's how I felt about Chike's death. And then the aging of like the supporting characters in the gang. So like someone mentioned, I found it very hard to understand like the hierarchy and how people aged, especially with like the Olorogun, Bamdide's dad, his dad, then Kazim and Inolowo and Ekun, and then London, and then Terrible. So I found it very hard to like put like an accurate timeline with all like the gang members and what their hierarchy looked like. And yes, with Toby, it didn't make sense that Toby was going to be a linear, because like we mentioned, he was just doing boy stuff. And then I didn't really see the smartness that they tried to highlight as a child, considering that all of the things that spurred his anger was told and revealed to him like explicitly. There was no kind of common sense like or inference or some logical like thing where there was like, oh, there's this light bulb moment where like, okay, we actually see this smartness playing in his like older age or something. It just felt sort of off to me. Yeah. Just checking my list to confirm that I'm not leaving anything out. Yes, and it was just like a lot of storytelling. So if like it's known that Kazim is a bad guy and he's been killing all these people, and you're trying to tell me like throughout their 20-something years they didn't for one sense it, or like there was nothing around to infer that and things like that. So it just felt like they were trying to give him a reason to become a linear, and they were just doing everything to set it up, as opposed to like us, like little things should have thrown light on that in a way. But yes, that was it for me. But I liked the movie. Yeah.
All right, thanks, Ira. You've stolen one of my big points, and that was, Toby's smartness. They establish it, and they don't do anything with it, which was very disappointing. Something that
I forgot to mention. So sorry. Eva's character. I know we've mentioned this, but I didn't see a lot of her childhood. Who were her parents? Why was she there? Like, it just irks me. And for a female, like I feel like for a female writer should have done like more with like the like the lead female character. Yeah, but sorry, go on.
No, yeah, that's been echoed a few times now. The female character not really having a lot. And I would extend that to a lot of people, to be honest. Outside, but yes, she probably has the least of the people who didn't have much to do in the first place. Yeah, that was an issue. But yes, at least for me, at least Toby's character in Brotherhood, he was clearly the brains.
Yeah.
Anyway, I don't want to just let me not start my own. A couple of people to get through to. Rotimi, I think I have, and then Rex.
Hello, can I go?
Hi, Rotimi. Hey, Rotimi. Yeah, go on.
Okay. So my stuff is more like technical things. So when Chike was having his scene with Fakunle, when they were discussing in his house, it's just kind of this weird thing I always notice. It one of those basic things, like they call it crossing the line. So Fakunle is talking to him. They enter the room. Chike is standing on the left. Fakunle is sitting down on the right. Fakunle is talking. His eye line is going from his left to his right. Now Chike, we get a reverse shot, a close up on Chike. Chike's eye line too goes from his left to his right. All those things I always notice those things. Those kind of like weird because like Chike's eye line is supposed to be going from his left to his right talking. So it was one of those one thing that stood out for me. Then also when Fakule died at the end, that he fell from that height and landed on that car. It's almost like, okay, like I don't know, and I think because I've seen maybe in other movies, and that's why I like his weight falling from that height. I mean, the glass of the car didn't even shatter and everything, no impact on the car. So I'm like, he fell from that height, and literally there's no damage. There's no real damage to the car. It's just on the car. Literally, his body's just on the car. Then Chike's, so this thing about the kids, the transition from the kids to the adults. So you know that they kept calling Chike Omoibo and everything. So when he was older, you can even see that he's like his Yoruba is not the same like the way everybody else their Yoruba was, which was kind of funny because when they were kids, when he took two kids who were together, his Yoruba was the kids because I think that had to do with the casting that the Kodo boys because they casted them as the younger versions of both Toby and Chike, and I'm like, okay, but here he can speak Yoruba, he's speaking it with him. When he gets older, he's now something call him Omoibo because he's actually Omoibo. So young guy sounds as though he has perfect Yoruba. Then when he gets older, he can't speak Yoruba so clearly. So that one is that. A lot of the other things, it's just kind of funny whenever we talking about like things with the story and explanation, and I'm always having this kind of weird thing. I'm like, sometimes some stories, I always have that question that should a story be a movie or a story should be a series? So sometimes like some like Gangs, it would have been mad if like Gang was a series so that you can have more time to expand all the characters and break down the hierarchies and how everybody works. I just think that if I look at the production, and this is me from my own small film knowledge, I look at this production as something that was very expensive. So now, and that's the thing that does like if you now want to tell a more extended story, the longer the story you have to tell, the more money you have to spend. The longer you have to keep the equipment there, the longer you have to keep the actors there, the longer you have to even spend developing it and writing it and everything. So I just look at sometimes that some of the things we think that they are brushing over, it's almost like a creative choice. This thing has to be a movie. So that's why you feel like things are back to back, back to back, back to back. They feel like maybe things were rushed. Maybe that's the way I feel about it and everything. I'm worried. This is not necessarily about this movie in particular, but I'm just kind of worried about like the general Nollywood business. I have this kind of weird thing that we have like this kind of thing. To me, this is like Gangs of Lagos is almost like a higher evolution from when we had King of Boys. And this particular things that I had a problem with King of Boys was all the things that are met up in Gangs in terms of the technical quality, in terms of looking more like getting closer to the reality, like in locations like Isale Eko and everything. But it's like I said, it's more expensive. But what's doing is that like it's kind of like we're moving towards this line that there's a lot of this gangster drama and everything. And I'm like, it's eye catching. The action, the violence is eye catching. Therefore, more commercial. It's something you can promote and you say, oh, there's going to be a fight, there's going to be an explosion. I just don't think that when you have Shanty Town, you have King of Boys, you have Gangs of Lagos. I think we're now pushing ourselves that the kind of stories that are catching our attention are this violence under inner city crime stories that have political undertones, which is kind of weird for me because still this political undertone, especially in this period, it was kind of funny because this thing was 2 years, it was shot 2 years ago, but it almost felt like it was almost in response to what happened just a couple of months ago, which was kind of like something was like, oh, this thing would have been great in cinema. I'm like, there's no way this thing gets to cinema because of the content, because of the political content, because of the violent content. And I'm like, that's still what is still, we're being pushed in a direction because of streaming and we're trying to catch eyeballs. We're making a particular kind of content and it's like weird because it's almost like, yes, it's a reality of Nigeria, but is that the only reality of Nigeria? So it's almost like, there's a kind of story we're telling now. I don't know. I'm just maybe looking at me. There's a pattern to this kind of story. This violent crime, undertone, violence, everything. So I'm like, is this the only story that can be eye catching within Nigeria? So that's just a small observation on my own part. Then also, I don't know. There's I think this is what I appreciate about Jade, that all the people that Jade puts into our stories are going to bring something. I mean, like an audience. Like I said, the casting of the people, all the Zlatans, the Pasumas, and everything. It's now, when we talk about characters and everything, are we casting people? It's done well. I think it's done well. But I'm like, it's still being influenced that are we putting people because we really want to do something with their characters or because we need their eyeballs that they can bring, which is needed because you're trying to make the music art is also has a commercial value to it. I also don't know like if that commercial value is also kind of leaning us to one particular direction. I don't know. A couple of years now, soon we'll have. I look at a situation where a couple of years now, while I was like, there are so many dark movies about this guy. It's looking like that's what's going to happen very soon. We'll just have like 10. I know of a project that's supposed to come out. I'm even on it. I'm like, this is also a dark project. I think that's one of the executives of Amazon mentioned that we have a lot of dark projects going on now and everything. So I'm like, it's kind of what Vanessa is always talking about. There's no romance. There's no real good comedy. There's no that's why Far From Home maybe came out in December. And I'm like, as much as even I have the issues with that one, I'm like, okay, it's a teenage story or it's supposedly teenage story in secondary school. And I'm like, okay, that's different. So yeah, I think I'm done. I think that's done. But yeah, overall, I still love this. Jade is everything she thinks she is. I love the work of this. Yeah.
All right. Thanks, Tina. Probably point out that Far From Home is still in the crime world, to be honest. But thanks. Okay, I think we have Rex and then we have Alan. And we have closing the door after this. Oh, Inka, I have to come back on. But yes, yeah, no new ones after that. Rex, please go on.
Okay, so for me personally, things that didn't really sit well for me in the movie, I will start from I think not a lot of person actually have said this, but just my own opinion. I don't know. There's a whole lot of Yoruba that was spoken in the movie. I don't know if it was meant to be like a purely Yoruba movie, but the idea was to be like a street stuff, and I was expecting to see like a little bit of balance in Pidgin as well as that of Yoruba, but it seems there was a whole lot of Yoruba and less of Pidgin, which didn't really give me that street vibes. So that is one for me. But regardless, the Yoruba was good. Secondly was the scene where we had Kazi and London in the barbing salon having a dialogue, and then all of a sudden Kazi brings out like is a hunter's gun or something like that, and then shot London. And mind you, London also had a gun with him, which is like a small pistol. And if we're going to look at in a very, very recent, the first person to be able to have shot somebody would have been London, because first and foremost, he had the shorter gun and it's easier to bring out than Kazi's gun, which was like very long. And so for him to have brought that and then crack it and also have shot him, London should have shot him like 2 or 3 seconds before that. So that scene didn't look real at all because it was so not giving the real life sense. So that scene was so off for me. Then secondly, the scene of Ify, that's Chike, having to grow older and start becoming cold. I don't know what happened. Maybe it was intentional or not intentional, but we could see the younger version of Ify to be somebody that is very outspoken, very loud. At least there was a scene where Ify with Oba was like they were talking to himself and like, I'm the leader. Oh, you are the leader. No, I'm the leader. So like we could see that there was like a balance in their vibes in terms of who wants to lead. But it was obvious as they grew older that, if he became very cold and, you could tell that it was not really fitting to the Ify of the younger Ify was not fitting with the older Ify at all. Like most of us have said, he was speaking Yoruba when he was younger, and he got older and I found it hard to actually speak Yoruba, which wasn't really adding up. So that particular build up was not really making sense. And so something that a lot of us didn't really mention is Ify's baby mama. I don't know if we noticed that. Ify baby mama, I think when Ify died, came out to fight in that scene where they had to, there was the gang fight. And I'm like, how did she get to learn all these skills, all these fighting skills, when just being part of or being surrounded with the Ify and his other gangs? How did she get to learn on those skills? It wasn't adding up for me. I mean, she was literally a baby mama to Ify, and now she's fighting gangs and all of that. So that wasn't really something that came to my head and felt like it was good. And so it was so not adding up. And then the storylines also was a bit everywhere. I think to some extent it was rushed at the ending. Most of us have said it. They now had to start narrating what happened. And it would have been better if it was actually shown, or we actually were to follow the process and get to know of this by ourselves, rather than we having terrible to explain to Oba and Gifts how his father died, and then how Kazi was the one who ordered the killing of Ify. So it was not really telling. It was so fast. Instead of we should have been acted where Oba should have found out by himself, rather than being told. At least, or that would have shown the smartness that they were trying to portray when he was younger. So that was not really wasn't really adding up, and that wasn't it for me at all. So for me, that is it, basically.
All right. Thanks, Rex. All right. I think Inka, you can go on. Sorry, Alan. Inka has been on. She's just dropped off. Right. Inka, have you said you haven't said you're bad, have you?
No, I haven't said my bad. Yeah.
All right.
So okay. Let me just. So sorry. My time hasn't started. Let me find the thing. All right. My time. Okay. The gift thing, everybody has already talked about it, and the everything. So I'm just going to leave it. There's just one thing about the gift thing I want to talk about that is like, that doesn't have to do with necessarily the characterization as much, but with other criticism. So she changed, like the moment where she and Terrible goes to get the guns. Terrible said, you're dressing like a boy. Okay, she's her outfit to walk into countries where they are getting the guns, and she walks into an office for what reason? Just for the scene, so that camera can capture that. Honestly, that's the only reason why. And then by the time we get to the place where they're going to get the boat, the guns on the boat to put it back, then she changes back to the outfit that she has originally in the car. There is a consistency issue there. There's a continuity issue there. Maybe that was just, we got some good shot from it, but that's a continuity that I just want to point out, that if I can notice it, so it's very glaring. It's not something that you just put under the bed, but okay. I mean, it's something that you can put under the bed, but that's something I wanted to mention. Because everybody else has already talked about other issues that is between those female characters, right? Even though I will say that Ebon there is something also for Ebon. When she's younger, at that end, she's mentioning about fighting corrupt politicians, which her father is one of the corrupt politicians, one of the corrupt people. But okay, they make Ebon so seem aware and unaware at the same time, right? She would say things that makes her like a rich girl's
Right?
daughter that doesn't. Huh?
Tenny, right? I don't know. Was her other name Ebo? Sorry, I'm just
Andy, Tell me. I keep on calling him. Sorry, Tell me. Thank you for correcting me. They make Tell seem. Tell me. What? What did you say? Bimbo. Tenny. Okay, Tenny. I don't remember names of characters. Um, Tenny. They make her seem aware and unaware at the same time. She's smiling. She's like, "Oh, what are you doing here?" The little girl. And then at the scene of like their dreams, she's talking about like, and then it's like, "Are you going to talk about your father?" And then she comes back, and that hack doesn't really do anything. She changes, but they don't show how she's changing. Why she changed the reason from like fighting corrupt politician. And that's a little bit weird. There is a lot of plot holes, but I think it's a movie. I've said it before. If you can make me sort of forget logic, I don't expect movies to follow like real life logic because it's a movie. Nobody can ever follow real life logics. The thing about this story, and I get that it's because it's a movie and you have to connect your story through and through, and it's supposed to end. This thing does good billionaire versus bad billionaire. That's the thing that I have to say. The issue is not that there's a good billionaire and a bad billionaire. No, the issue is that you're a billionaire. All these people here are bad people. I'm so sorry to say. Like, we're supposed to be at the end of the story. This is the kind of thing I'm pushing it. Like, the morality of the story. It's a complete story, but I kind of have to push back on that morality of that story and say that they're killing people up and down. You go into a wedding, into a funeral, as much as it looks cool and nice, there are many people there who did nothing to you. You have put the lives of so many people at risk. And we have a politician that we're supposed to be apparently praising for, but she has a connection to the underground, which is true about most of our politicians and most of our rich people. They have a connection to the underground, then something. Cool. But like, that's not a good thing. Even Tenny, the reason why I bring up that Tenny is like seems to understand justice. She comes back. She's showing off like wealth. And I kind of like the characterizations that we kind of see that she's going to be the person that does that thing in Victoria Ireland, because she turns after he's hugging every one of them like, "Oh my gosh, you are my own people, you're my own girl, you're my home boy." And then she turns around talking to the person that is carrying her bags. "Oh, be careful there. It's expensive stuff." This clashes with the characterization you gave her when she was younger. Anyway, there was clashing characterization when she was younger anyway. And then she says all these things, which is wonderful that like the character what's his name? Toby's characters calls her out on it. That's lovely. That's wonderful. But the movie itself is confused. Because we are supposed to be happy that Eleyon, we are supposed to say Nino is a good person. Because Nino doesn't necessarily like violence, and he kills that person to put them out of their misery. And Kazim's character was torturing them, but Nino just kills the person to put them out of their misery. Which is, yes, Nino compared to Kazim is better, but Nino is still killing people. Is he? My friend, our main lead, our hero, takes a knife to a fellow child's neck. He sees people kill people all the time. He says he hasn't killed nobody. They both say they haven't killed nobody. But you work for a gang, something that kills people. So this movie is this is why it's a popcorn movie. It's lovely, it's amazing, it's interesting, it's good. But I just want to like say, yeah, you are indeed doing some sort of pushing, some sort of political. You touch on it. It's just lightly touching on it, but it's a popcorn movie. It
All right.
doesn't do, you know.
Okay.
That's kind of like, and it has mischaracterizations of the female characters. It looks cool. That's really it. But like deeper than that, it breaks down. And I do think it's a little bit. I'm going to do a little pushback.
Wait, Enyika, come on. We'll get to pushback. There's a queue. Damola is right in front of the pushback queue. We'll get to that.
Okay, it was a little one, but okay.
All right. We'll get to all of that. I think Alan before Mrs. C started. Alan, you weren't here for the good. If you want to say things you liked, go ahead. Bad as well.
Hi, good evening. I think I'm with Damola with the pushback. So do I have to wait or something?
Yes, sir. Okay. Right. Don't worry. Wait. That means we're about rounding off. But when Mrs. C and I'll say, don't worry, we'll get to you. All right, Mrs. C, please tell us some of the things you didn't enjoy about Gangs of Lagos.
Okay, so I think my two major problems with Gangs of Lagos were the action scenes and the writing. I did like some of the action, but I think and I know we're not there yet, right, in terms of all these fight scenes and all these action scenes and all of that, which is perfectly fine. But I think some choices were made, right? There were a lot of the action scenes that were slowed down. And I think I see the idea behind it. I used to give some sort of gravitas to it, show the grit, show the blood, show the maiming. But because it is slowed down, I can see every hit that doesn't connect. I can see every, like weapons hit that bounces off or that just goes over somebody's head or just across someone's face. And it really took me out of it. So I don't know. I wish that choice hadn't been made to slow down the action scenes, just to help my suspension of disbelief for those bits. Then the writing, I think, who mentioned it? Was it Vanessa that mentioned it? That it seemed like things were just happening to our lead. We didn't have him driving, and I don't want to compare it to, but here I am, I'm going to be do comparisons because the same filmmaker has made like Brotherhood, and like there are some similarities, and we even have the same lead, right? Mm-hmm. It's just like, and in Brotherhood, for all its faults, we can see the person, our protagonist, driving the story, right? And Oba here doesn't drive anything, and at some point, and I understand that they're calling him Oba short for Obalola, and I know that, but at some point, the more everyone keeps calling him Oba, it sounds like a title he has not earned. I know they're not calling him Oba as a title, but it becomes that, right? It grows into that, and it's a title he hasn't earned. And so we see him become Oba at the end, and it's just, you haven't done anything to deserve this. Then I think we've mentioned character motivations as well. As a child, he wants to be a lineal, and but when Nino adopts him, Nino wants him to go to school, and it's like, all right, cool, I will go to school instead of being a lineal. But what he wants is to be a lineal. And then he grows up and he is disappointed he didn't get to go to school, right? And disappointed he's stuck in this life, which is the life he did want initially. But now he's saving for San Francisco, and now we end this as him being, king. And I feel like there was something missing in the writing to show that these are all, because we get this happy ending, right? And like, but this is not a happy ending, and it's shot like a happy ending, right? The colors are bright, they're on the beach, everyone's all nice and smiley. There's nothing in the making of that scene that gives it the sinister vibe it should have. It should be this, well, things change, but everything stays the same, right? The old guard has been replaced by more of the new. He has not escaped this life. He has become millennial. He's now supporting another politician and he's going to be doing what needs to be done to keep them in power. Nothing has changed. Just who is in charge of it has changed. And I feel like that was missing in the portrayal of that. We're given these people as people we should be rooting for. And I'm perfectly fine to root for bad people or morally great people or caught in the middle people. But there's so much, oh, woe is this character and woe is me, right? Like, oh, they're stuck here. And there wasn't enough to me to show that, this person is gray, right? This person is gray, or this person is not that much of a good person, but let's root for him anyway, right? Like, even Nino, it wasn't that, oh, he was just like, super cool and shit and stuff. It's like, yeah, he does all these bad things, but he doesn't want to be in this life, right? And he's really nice to everybody, and that's why we should root for him. Like, I'm going to go back to King of Boys. When we're rooting for Oba, we know she is not a good person. We know she is multifaceted, but we know this is not a good person stuck in this life, right? We know she has a childhood trauma and all of that stuff, but she has made decisions to climb this ladder to be this bad person. She will bash someone's head in the morning and find someone's daughter that was kidnapped in the afternoon and double cross somebody later in the evening. And it is shown, and that's who she is, and that's fine. And I can still feel for her when she's wailing at the death of her child. Right? But here, if he dies, and I'm thinking, okay, this is the life you live. Why are you special? You're just another street gangster money collector, right? I don't feel it. I don't feel the impact for these characters. And then his, Chima's Potter's speech, which I thought was great, I didn't have that impact because I didn't care about Ify. Right? It wasn't just that I didn't care about Ify, by the way. It's like, I think I was discussing this with someone yesterday, and it feels like Emmett Till's mother giving a speech, like, look what has been done to my child, right? Look what they did to my child. And who is they, right? Why am I listening to this rousing speech, right? When it's like, oh, a rival gang killed my kid. I don't care, right? It's not rousing me the way it should be. And then when we go back on the streets, right, for this big fight, like, the streets have not seen blood since Nino's death. Nino was a big character on the streets, right? He was on his way to being a millennial. He was loved by the people. He, did the stuff for them. Who was Ify to cause such bloodshed on the streets? London's death didn't cause bloodshed on the streets. Who is Ify, and why does his death matter so much? But yeah, I feel like this was the thing. I had some problems with the writing, and I wish we didn't make the choice to slow down the action scenes. And also, just a special shout out to costuming on this, because for some of the costume I did really like. But I just cannot get past Ify wearing all white to go for a night mission on a dark road. I know the idea is he was probably going to perform, right after his alleged murder, right? So I know the plan wasn't to kill the person, but they did send him to go do a murder, and he went in all white. I don't know if he was going to take blood spatter to the club. I know the idea is, he was in all white so we could see the blood on him when they murdered him. And I can get that from a filmmaking perspective, but from a character perspective, I don't know why he's wearing all white at night to go do that. And that's me.
Someone said because he's Igbo, that's why he was wearing all white. All right. Okay. Taking a few of mine, but I've got more. This is not my favorite Jedi film. All right. So I think there's some production issues. I'm not actually a big fan of the cinematography. This might be a Lionheart-esque take. I just think it's fine. There's some parts where it's cheesy and kind of over the top, and it just feels of a stylistic way it's not earned. But yeah, there are some sound issues, but it's Nollywood, I guess. I've spoken about the voiceover. Child acting was very bad. It was very bad. I'm sorry to the children. I'm sure you'll get better I hope you get better because this was very bad. Performances when particularly strong in this. I except Chioma, who is a supporting side character, I did not find any performances particularly that strong. Most of them are fine. They're not bad. But like in a movie where I didn't feel much. To be honest, some of that might have something to do with the way the characters are written. I do not feel Toby's character is well-rounded. I'm not quite sure of, like, I think Elizabeth mentioned his internal struggle, or whether he wants to whether he wants to japa versus whether he wants to do crime, or we don't know what's going on in his head. All they just show us, for the most part, is him doing crimes, and then he'll come and stuff his mattress with money, and then we see some books. I don't buy that those books. It feels like it was just put there. I'm sure there's some. Yeah, I know the reason is probably because yes, he wants to have a life post crime, but like it's not evident anywhere else. It's not evidence in anything else that he does. I talked about how they set him up to be smart, but it just nothing. It just doesn't. We don't do anything with that, and that's the protagonist. It's just like, all right, fine. What about the antagonist? All right, we set him up to be really cruel. Unlike he's carving out people's intestine and cool, right? But what does that have to do with any of the choices he makes? Nothing. The thing that would have been kind of nice to establish is that he's cunning, charismatic. Those are the things that for me would have been important to establish. Overly ambitious, something along those lines, but he's first time we see him is carving somebody on the table, and then he cut somebody's, like, all of that is okay. He's the bad guy. All right, I get it. He's the bad guy. But what about the things that are actually driving him to where he was? Like, I can't help but compare this with actual gangs of New York, which a lot of similarities are taken for. Like, I'm not in confusion of what Billy the Butcher's ambitions are in that film, and like the sadistic part of him is he's a leader of men, and he needs people, because like they're rival gangs, he needs people to be afraid of him, and all of that. It's like, but like you don't get any. People have talked about the hierarchy of the gangs. You just don't get any feel of what any important action means to the rest of anything. It's like things that are happening. Somebody said it just felt like they were happening, and I can't disagree with that. All right, action scenes have been spoken about. Why do I have Kazim's Asian? That's probably a typo. Anyway, costumes were interesting. Somebody spoke about all of them fighting in all black, but it was fine. I didn't find it was. It's weird because like gangs like famous about having colors or something. It's just weird that they were all wearing black. I don't know. Maybe Lagos gangs are different. I don't know. But like it felt like they should have some colors. Adesola's character being female it almost didn't mean anything. To be honest, like this is one of those between the three people growing up. I felt like you could have almost swapped all of these characters, and I don't know why I wouldn't have expected them to do the same thing each character. Like they didn't feel particularly different from each other. There's this point where, all right, Toby is like wants to take, all right, like if he's messing up, is Ify the guy?
Yes.
Yeah. All right. If he's messing up, and he wants with his girlfriend and his child, and he's like, no, don't worry, I'll sort that out, and brings him to Ify's mother, something that honestly Ify should have just done. But he does that, and I don't know what that's supposed to signify. Like, what is that? Is that like, oh, he's a leader of? I don't know what the point in that. It's like there's just so many things that happen where I'm not sure how this adds to his character or his motivations aren't clear from all these actions. Holding a knife when you're a child to someone's neck feels like something that is kind of that's dark, that has a bit of edge to your character. I don't think that continues as when he's the one telling Ify's character, hey, don't worry, we don't need to kill him, we'll just tell him to leave. It's like, okay, now he's very good. I just don't know what Toby's characters they're not clear. They feel like there's a lot of contradicting actions that happen between them that just doesn't make me latch onto it. Brotherhood has huge problems with its story and plot, but I know what Toby is there for, and I know that he's the one with the plan. We know that OCKJ's one, he's hot-headed, he's very much overly ambitious. We know Basket Mouth, even Basket Mouth one was it was a little weird, but that one is just much more. I can tell you what these characters are. I will not remember these guys' parts tomorrow. I think I'm already, because there's just nothing special or feels focused about any of the characters. But yeah, also hashtag not my Oba. That is the last thing. All right, okay, we can move on to. Yeah, Edwin do you want to continue some of your bad? Please feel free, and then we can move on to the pushback.
Okay, so I just wanted to say two last things. First thing is that the Gangs of Lagos doesn't pass the Bechdel test, which is the test where there's a scene where two female characters have a conversation with each other and it has nothing to do with a man, which seems like a very simple thing considering there are so many women in the film. But that just never happens. Nino's and part of the reason why I'm bringing that up is that there is a disconnect with what women do in Isaleko. Chioma Akpota's character, Iyabo Ojo's character, Nino's girlfriend, they all have clearly defined domestic roles. They are all in there's a distinct, for the first half of first act, there's a distinct sense that women in Isaleko are pushed into domestic subservient roles and their lives revolve around the men. And Gift and Tenny are positioned in that first act as the two characters that will buck that trend. But by the time they get to the second act, even Gift has a boyfriend who doesn't do anything. He's just there, skinny with his dada, with his black glass, and just moves around. He's always orbiting her so that we have a justification for why she's not dating Ify or Oba, since she spends all her time with them. But by the time we get to second act, Tenny is basically dick hungry or dick crazy. Gift is, a bad bitch that apparently has a boyfriend that if she's not with Oba or Ify, she's with her boyfriend. And I'm like, where is your own ambition? Where's your character? So that was very annoying for me. And then the final thing is a very nitpicky thing, but I had to say it. Oinka already kind of touched on it, but when Terrible says that Gift dresses like a boy, Gift is wearing a halter neck jumpsuit. Are you for real? There's nothing more feminine than a halter neck jumpsuit in maroon. This is almost as bad as the costuming for Idia.
Was it the jumpsuit? She was wearing a jersey
jumpsuit during that period. She switches
jersey
to
and biker shorts, and then she switches to the jumpsuit. That's a very weird place, Edwin. I understand if you because I think somebody else brought it up. He says, why are you dressing like a man? And then in the next scene, she changes to a jumpsuit. And I'm not surprised that you're confused by it, but that's not what she was wearing. It's just a weird part.
But also what she was wearing was not masculine. It was a t-shirt and biker shorts.
Yeah, that too. Edwin, you done? If we are done, we can do pushback and
I'm done.
All right, thanks. Damala, all right. So I didn't like this your film. I can't lie. I didn't. It's still unfortunately one of the better things we've done. I just couldn't connect with it, especially the way like even something like the trade. It's just much the character. I'm not gonna forget like Blossom's character and the way he wanted to do stuff, and this just left me with a little more empty. Damala, if you're there.
Yes. Hi.
Hi.
So, I actually agree with quite a few things that have been said. That being said, so the first thing I want to say is that a lot of the points that I think have been made today, for the bad, I guess I'm just gonna say for me, I didn't. Maybe a lot of them I did not notice until they were said here today, and I think that's just, it's just another like feather in the cap of the film as per suspension of disbelief. There are some things that were a little bit out and a little bit cliche and stuff like that. I said it was a near perfect film. It's not perfect, but it holds up. Also, just to your point about like the whole thing of like non-memorable characters as opposed to like maybe like Blossom in the trade, you may have a point there, but the film as a whole kind of holds up, as a memorable sort of entity, in my opinion. So there's that. Now, let me just go through my notes here. Okay, so first of all, somebody mentioned, and please, I just want to like preface by saying like I don't have any issues with anybody. Like we're all entitled to our opinions, but these are just my counters to those opinions, not to the people who have them. So Ebon's desire, someone mentioned that, and they said it wasn't really clear and everything. I think it was actually pretty clear. It wasn't like overly stated, but a lot of these, and this is kind of a running point, a lot of things were done actually pretty well in my opinion because they were kind of hinted at, but they still resonated, even though I wasn't even paying too much attention because a lot of things have been said. I'm just like, oh, I didn't even notice that. I didn't notice that. But these things I did notice. So, for example, Ebon's desire. Ebon just, as far as I'm concerned, she just wanted to be in the gang. You could see it when they were kids and they were both arguing about who was going to be capo and everything, just her whole behavior and everything, and just wanting to kind of, it's like, what about me? Who am I? She just wanted to be part of the gang. That continued, was pretty consistent into like her adult life, where Terrible basically tells her that she can't come on the gun run or the weapons run or whatever, and she's like, you might need me. There is a part of her that is definitely eager to kind of be involved in things. So just in terms of like what her desire is just to be a part of the gang, to be notable and to be, and to be one of the boys, really, because um I don't think she's necessarily seen as one of the boys, even though obviously like Toby takes her when he's going to fight and stuff like that, and she's a capable fighter and stuff like that. But I don't think in the gang generally she's kind of reckoned with in that way. Someone said if he like there was not. I mean, I'll admit that like the actual death scene, it wasn't like I was gonna shed a tear or anything. Like I was probably more moved by Chimakpata when she was talking at his funeral. But if his death, like in terms of just its emotional weight as a concept, I think it was actually pretty heavy. Let's not forget that he had just had a baby, and we had just seen him, like he had just been. Not only had he just had a baby, but he was actually like trying to be a deadbeat, and his friends had just pulled him. No, 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 I'm doing something, brother. I'm coming. I'm coming. Go away from me. He had just had a kid, and he had just had like like a sit down with them. He had just been reunited with them. So for him to like die like pretty soon after that, that was pretty heavy. Obalola, I mean, like people saying like, oh, we're not sure what he wanted. I mean, it was obvious that he wanted out, right? And the thing is, like maybe at the beginning he didn't. Maybe he wanted to be Elenio at first, but after hanging out with Nino, who also wanted out, by the way, you can pretty much assume that that influence would have like rubbed off on him a little bit. So, and then Nino's death again would have just reinforced that for him. You know, somebody mentioned that the kids were robbing. Why weren't they in school? Most schools close at like 2 or 3 latest. That looked like pretty late. That looked like late afternoon. They could have been on their way home and decided to pull the robbery before they got home. And in terms of their parents, like I mean, fair enough. A lot of parents in Nigeria actually like pick up their kids from school or have somebody pick them. I don't live in Isaleko. I don't know how things are done there, but can assume that depending on certain situations, um, a parent might not be present to necessarily pick their kid up from school, especially if the kid is capable and knows their way home and stuff like that. Also, Obalola's mom was like very heavily into her like religion and everything. It's possible that she was having prayer meetings around the clock and stuff. And if his mom was a trader, so she might not have been able to leave her shop to go pick him up. So there's all that to think about. In terms of like, oh, they're like committing crimes, but they want out. Even just me speaking as an aspiring filmmaker who has a 9 to 5, the constant like pulling in two directions between like facing your daytime job and getting a paycheck and eating versus your dreams of wanting to write or make films or whatever is constantly there. So in their situation, I feel like it would even be stronger. And I think it came across pretty well. Um, oh, somebody talked about like Nino going to get the girl out from London's club and like why didn't he use back channels? It's established pretty early that Nino had a thing for kids. He took a liking to Obalola immediately. He had a weakness for like helpless people, vulnerable people. So somebody came to him and begged him that, oh, this girl, he decided, you know what? And the thing is, they were already rivals anyway. He didn't like London, so he was on his way to becoming Elenio. So right there, you have like three motives: just doing something good for the people, him having a special penchant for like children and like getting them out of dangerous situations, and he needs to establish himself as the dominant person in the neighborhood. So three things there. Also, he had gone to his boss already to say he wanted out and been rebuffed. So the likelihood that he would go back to his boss and say, I need help getting this girl out, his boss would probably just, we can assume that his boss would probably just say something like, yeah, but she's a working girl, she's earning her money, leave her alone, don't mess with it. Later on, people are like, oh, someone said, oh, how was Toby able to then become like King of Lagos or whatever later on and everything when, Kazim had just died. The voiceover, yes, kind of annoying at some point, but it did establish that nobody really liked Kazim like that. So when he died, I mean, a natural choice for a successor would be somebody with the name and pedigree, and Obalola is literally named the Tomorrow King. Like that's literally what his name means, Obalola, like, the King of Tomorrow kind of thing, or the future king. So, it just kind of makes sense that from who his dad was and everything, and him taking out Kazim, you keep what you kill. Someone said that why was he was being put as the bodyguard for Tenny, and that that's something that a lonely person would do. No, I disagree. You need your daughter guarded. You'd put your most trusted guy on it, and the person that you feel is most capable to do it. You're not going to put a felele guy there so that he'll come back and tell you that sorry, they've kidnapped her. Someone said Toyin, like they didn't like Toyin's character because she was still like we couldn't root for her because she also had affiliations with the gangs. I mean, people do what they have to do. Like I don't like the whole realistic thing, but I think it's pretty realistic. And like every political faction has muscle in some way, even if they don't like directly like instruct. There's always going to be like muscle, and sometimes it comes in handy. And then literally she met with Toby like at the end as well. So like her affiliation with gangs is not that out of place, I don't think. Um, and then someone said, why didn't she look for Oba to like take care of him? Why would she? Like she's running for governor. Why would she care about this one kid when she didn't necessarily know that he was going to be, who he was going to be? Like I don't think, like she's sort of a rich politician, gunning for office. I don't think she would care that there was one little kid running around, even with the name that he had. Um, Someone said, oh, that his the whole like thing with him, it turned into a revenge story like later on and everything. Yeah, kind of, but it wasn't a revenge story. That was just part of the overall plot. So like, and he wasn't looking for revenge for his father. Like he was looking for revenge for Ify, and then found out that, oh, on top of all this, he actually was the one that killed your father. Maybe it wasn't needed. Still, I think it still tied in pretty well and just added to the whole thing. It was a good twist there. Someone mentioned that if he, a few people mentioned actually that if his character from being a kid to being an adult was inconsistent. I disagree. First of all, people change as they grow up. People start off talkative, and then as they grow up and become more mature, they become more reserved or whatever. Things can happen in their lives that will shift them or whatever. And also, like, they established pretty early on that of the two boys, Obalola had like more grit and more like he was just the bad, excuse the grammar, badder of the two, because if he put a knife to the woman's throat, she slapped him away. He went around, he put a knife, Obalola went around and put a knife to the girl's throat. Like he said later on that, oh, I've never killed anybody before. I'm not a gangster, blah blah blah. So also, his mom was a trader versus Abalola's dad, who was like Elenio at some point or whatever. Like, they were just like they're two. Um, they're in the same kind of position, but to different degrees, I think. Someone mentioned that a female writer, they were surprised that a female writer didn't do more with a female character. I don't know what to say to that. I don't think she necessarily owes it to the female character just because she's female. I think whatever works for the story works. Um, I haven't lived in Saleko. Someone mentioned about the language that they would have liked more pidgin. I'm pretty yeah, they probably speak pidgin in Saleko, but I've been down there a couple of times. I've never lived there, but I can tell you like most of the time what you hear is Yoruba. And me as a Yoruba kid, like I got made fun of consistently um, for not being able to speak Yoruba and everything. Nobody even cared about like my social status in terms of like being from a middle class family or anything. All they cared about was that I couldn't speak Yoruba. You're on the road, police will stop you, they want to talk to you, they ask you your name, you say your name is Damola, they speak Yoruba to you, you can't speak Yoruba, they start laughing at you. Um, so if his character, yeah, I already talked about if his character's consistency, and then the coding thing. Like I hear you on the fact that like it felt like oh, it's not seen anywhere else, but I think it was actually pretty well done because like the coding felt almost like a secret. Like when he went home for the first time, there was a marked difference between his apartment and what was. I mean, it was small, it was humble, but it wasn't the madness that was outside. It felt like a sanctuary. It felt like a place of sanity, that where somewhere he could escape from the madness. And so the coding almost felt like a secret that he was keeping from everybody. It was his own thing and just something that he was working towards gradually, as opposed to spend. I mean, he probably didn't have as much time as he wanted, to even face it like that. The color palette, I think Gangs of New York is actually not as muted, and it's a great gangster film. Goodfellas, another Scorsese film, pretty bright colors. Even Casino, to an extent, has bright colors. So I don't know about muted colors necessarily being for this. Also, the black and yellow thing, I'm pretty sure is like some kind of what do we call it now? Um, it's a nod to like an actual like university cult, like their colors and stuff. So it's there. There is this black and yellow thing. It's not like there all the time, but there is a sort of black and yellow thing going on with like the main gang. Um, and then lastly, just in terms of like Toby's path, I think that I disagree. I think that Toby's path in Brotherhood is a lot less clear because we literally see his parents get robbed. Well, two brothers' parents get robbed and killed. One becomes a police officer, the other one becomes a criminal. It really just feels like what they just after that night they just went in opposite directions and lived different lives almost. In this, it feels way more like he, as a child, he might have been going down this dark path, but when he met Nino, he was then Nino kind of saved him and was putting him on a different path, and then he got pulled back in when Nino got killed. So it actually structurally feels quite sound. And even though I'm actually kind of a stickler for structure as well, generally, like inciting incidents and second act and climax and all that, I think that if you stick to it too much, then it does begin to seem quite clinical in terms of the telling of the story. You can almost predict what is going to happen, and that can be problematic. I think it's important to know the structure, master the structure, and then be able to break away in order for the story to work. Houses are built with bricks, and it's like you build them upwards, right? But they don't always, they can be built in all kinds of shapes, and I think that's what brings out the uniqueness. Anyway, that's all from me.
That's all. I actually heard pages flip.
You
Jesus.
what? You what?
I had pages flip as he spoke. Yeah,
Yeah,
nice,
yeah. I had a
nice
couple of.
one,
I
nice
was
for
making notes as
taking.
people were talking.
All right. Okay. Yeah. All right. I'm not even going to be into respond to any of that. It's just, I guess, one general thing is that I mean, like, I'm not disagreeing with all of your pushback. Some of them I thought, yeah, fair enough. Um, but like all the ones where, especially the ones where you have to make some inference and like you're like, yeah, you could. It's just like it's difficult to take that in a movie that is literally explaining to you things that you're seeing. That it also is both smart enough to put all these Easter eggs. Oh, yeah, he's hiding the coding thing from everybody. So therefore, the coding thing is being hidden from us. But like, it's going to narrate exactly what we're seeing before our very eyes. I don't know. It just does feel like very two different film languages you're speaking, and they feel contradictory. But yeah, can't get into any specifics, but we just agree to disagree on some and well said on others. All right, I'm gonna call on Alan just in case Damola missed anything. Damola somehow missed anything that he wants to add on.
Yeah, hi, good evening. So Damola had probably spoken a lot that connects with what I wanted to say. So I'll just build up on a few things that maybe he missed or he didn't say. And again, I stand on the existing protocol and how he has addressed us at the beginning that this is just us sharing our own opinion. So everybody is different. Nobody's attacking anybody. So we're just based on what we've consumed from this piece of art. All right. So from the first one, someone had said something about um, Nollywood or how the new trend is to tell crime stories now. And, especially made reference to, um, I think Shanty Town made reference to Brotherhood and the likes and said that is this like the new pattern for us, Nollywood? We're all telling crime stories and all that. So I think I just want to answer that. I think that is totally not correct. Kule Afolayo is a great filmmaker, and he's not telling crime and all that. So he has his own line of stories that he's telling, and we think that those parts, he's holding it down there. There are other filmmakers too who have their own artistic identity that has nothing to do with crime. So I think if the space is big enough, is wide enough for everybody to play in. So if Jade, has decided to tell stories that are related to crime and Lagos and all that, I think, as an artist, she's just expressing herself. So it's left for other people to then pick up from there and say, okay, do you know what? Daddy is holding it down for crime or whatever. So let me do rom-com, or let me do something else. The space is big enough. That is one. The next one is, someone had made mention about how the kids were supposed to be in school at that age, how the street kids, their parents, and all that. So what my answer to that is, you haven't really experienced what it means to be in the street. If you know what it means to be in the street, you realize that those kids get home by 12 midnight sometimes, and nobody will question them. You know, those in that kind of areas. So that explains why the children will go about stealing, and and they won't be scared or be afraid of anybody or anything. It's a no man's land. Everybody's like, you have to take care of yourself. You learn to take care of yourself from a very young age, or else you get eaten up by the streets. So you see, that then brings me to the next line when someone talked about how they were stealing thousands of naira, and they are not scared of. How would they steal? Someone had mentioned that at that age they are stealing thousands of naira, and they are not scared. Bro, they want to survive. These things happen, uh, in because for her to be making such a film, she would mirror it to what is happening in real life. Those things happen. Yeah, they do happen. Another thing someone had mentioned is about the character development. Yes. I realized that a few persons had spoken about the character development, how they felt like there's this some kind of disconnect within the characters. So one thing you realize is, one thing I think Jade was conscious about, is for us to figure out things by ourselves as the audience. Yeah, she just gave us some. Will I say what's the best word to use to describe this now? She just gave us some tips. So, okay, do you know what? This I'm dropping this here. I'm dropping this here. You figure this out. You figure this out. Like, someone had mentioned here that, like, I mean, it's obvious. It was Kazim. Kazim was the bad guy. So Oba should have known because, Nino had described Oba to be an intelligent. Nino had described Oba to be an intelligent child. So Oba would have easily figured out that it was Kazim. I didn't know it was Kazim that was behind that. I didn't even know it was Kazim that killed. I did not even imagine that it was Kazim that killed Nino. So for me, I think it was a brilliant story development, story angle to give us a big reveal, because you know how they say that the enemies are always close by, but you don't know, because your friends most times are your enemies, but you don't know. So I think for me, it was a creative decision that I think sits well to say, why I was thinking maybe it was London that pulled this string up and all that, but it wasn't London. It was Kazim, his best friend, and Kazim played everybody. He was the one playing, like the serpent that's on green grass, So that has nothing to do with the intelligence of Oba. You can be as intelligent as you can be as intelligent as wherever you want to be, but you will know certain things you won't know, because I mean those things are not rubbing off your face. Let me just rush this up. Now, someone has also mentioned about the costume. That, I mean, how would Ify go to kill someone wearing white? So now, if you had followed the story and followed the scene before that, you realize that Ify had a conversation with Oba, where Oba had agreed, they both agreed and said, you're not killing him. We're not going to kill him. I'm going to have a conversation with him and he would leave Lagos. So Ify did not plan in any way to commit that crime. That's why he was calling Oba and say, how far the guy don't deal? When are you coming? Let's have this conversation with the guy so the guy can then leave. So the decision of wearing a white costume in the night, he was planning, and we saw that, and that's why Ebun was calling him. Where you did, they don't call you to come and perform. We saw that. So he did not, and if you think maybe it was a flaw from the costume angle, I'm saying that it was a deliberate action for us to understand that Ify was not prepared for the murder. He was planning to go for his performance. So even though it looked like, they gave us white so that when they stab him and cut him and give him blood to be obvious and it will look cinematic, okay, you want to explain that part. Maybe yes, but again, what gives us reason to see him in that white and not just link it to the murder is that, fine, he was already planning to go for the show. All right, then the last one that I have, I think it's the last one to last. Then Ify's language change. We realized that, I was having a conversation with a very good friend of mine today about how that seemed to be a disconnect. That how can he speak Yoruba very well growing up, and later his Yoruba is now faint. So first off, I don't even know Yoruba that is faint because I'm not Yoruba, so I don't understand. I just felt like, okay, if his Yoruba is bad or whatever, but then there's something there that can link us to make us understand, because the filmmaker has less than 2 hours to tell this story. So the filmmaker would not come and spoon feed, just to show us how maybe, because I think another reason why most of us would want to relay this and say that this guy's Yoruba is bad is because, again, we know that Chike is Igbo. Maybe because we already know that this person is Igbo in real sense, and his Yoruba, if it's bad, it's bad. But now remember that they've shown us a mother that is so proud of her language, right? That is constantly speaking the Igbo, And so if this guy has Yoruba as a second language, but he has Igbo as a primary language, right? And remember that we saw him as a child. 15 years or how many years have gone by, we did not see him. So we did not know what happened, if his mother had taken him back to Imo State or Anambra or whatever. But at least it is there. It is something that we can explain and say, the mom is there. She's always speaking Igbo. So maybe that has affected his language. Maybe. But then remember, let us just take, some of us have seen Shantytown. So we saw what happened with Femi, the character, Peter, the P-Square character. He beard Femi all through the film, and we can hear him with a strong Igbo accent. Like, it is very strong. That one, I can feel that there's a disconnect there because nobody explained if his mother is Igbo, or nobody explained if he went to the East, if he studied in the East all through his life, to come and bear Femi to a popular Yoruba drug lord, and then have a strong Igbo accent. But this one is surface. It's not something that you would hold and want to say, oh, I think they got it wrong here because it's Yoruba, had some, because there's a link to his mom who speaks Igbo almost every time that we see her. So who knows? Then the last thing that I have to say is about morality. Someone has said something about morality, that that the kind of stories that we tell, that the morals that what are we going to get from, that the morals didn't sit right. So are we saying that we should start killing people on the street and all that? See, this thing is a debate that, first off, we need to know, because this is a work of art, and someone has come to, show us, express herself, in the best way that she wants to. Remember that when you're making something, anything that has to do with art, it comes from a place of truth. It comes from what you feel inside, right? Now, if we come, the question that you want to ask would then be, how relatable can this thing be? So this space of morality is not even something we want to speak about. Is this person trying to mirror the society? Okay, do these things actually happen in the society? Do they happen? Yes, they do happen. We just finished an election, and a whole lot of things had happened that some of us cannot even repeat or speak or talk about. So remember that film also is a way of archiving events, or a way of preserving stuff that have happened. Every time, it's not only good stuff that happen, bad stuff also happen. If you want to say, if there's anything, if anything can be defined as good or evil or bad and good do happen. So if someone says that my truth is to tell this kind of story that's happened, these things happen, they do happen, we cannot run from that, and this is the person's truth, I think it's fine, yeah. And I think that would be the other things I think my learned colleague Damola has touched on. So I think I'll stop.
All right, thanks, Aaron. I'm going to get to Amadudi, I think is next, but I don't know, like, you guys keep on repeating this inferring thing, and Jade is playing 4D chess. Yeah, I'm just going
But
to
you
say,
can infer things now.
the reason why I'm saying this is that it's fine to infer things, but you can't have somebody doing narration where you're explaining what we're saying, and then also tell me the same film expects me to infer things.
I'm sorry, so it has to be one or the other. Like, in a film that has voiceovers, you can't. So
It's not just
Shawshank
voiceover.
Redemption, $1 Million Baby.
The point is, like, the voiceover is telling you exactly what you're seeing on screen. So the film doesn't think you're very smart or you shouldn't be inferring things. That's what it feels like it's saying. It's like, I'm not gonna leave space for you to infer anything. Let's ignore it because the doesn't think you're smart feels uncharitable. But it doesn't want to leave room for inference. That's what a voiceover that is literally functioning nothing but literally telling you what you're looking at. It's weird to say that film also wants to leave hidden Easter eggs for you to pick up on and all of that. That's the problem that's a problem that I think all the people who are insisting on the 4D chess just not addressing for me. But all right, Ahmad, did you want to say something?
Okay. I just have one rebuttal, and I still have a few dislikes. Is that okay?
Hey, we have passed this so just try and do your rebuttal about that. But if it's quick.
I think it's okay for someone not to feel anything when Chike's character died. It's very okay because all of a sudden he has a baby mama, and it felt like they just wanted to do that to make us feel bad when he died, whenever he's going to die. So it's very okay to not feel anything because even I just felt I felt for Chima's character because she's the mother, and to see your son die doesn't make any sense. But if you are setting up something for us to feel for that character, and you just bring it all of a sudden. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. You should have built that character in a way that, okay, when he dies, oh, this character is a big character, and it will be so painful. But all of a sudden, you brought a girl, and when he dies, the girl can even fight. We saw at the battlefront, on the battlefront, she's fighting next to Tenny. I was like, okay, can we just shut everything down? Not move on with this, because it doesn't make any sense. And this thing of telling people that the director wants us to do 1+1, you don't leave a wide gap for us to do 1+1. The writing of this film is bad in a way that it has many issues. Do you understand? It has many issues for us to be doing 1+1, because as soon as you start doing 1+1, you'll be like, okay, am I doing too much? Am I going back or going front? What's going on? Because the whole thing is just, I don't know how I'm going to say it. The whole thing is just, the holes are gaping. They are gaping holes.
All right. Timmy, is this pushback? Let's try and stick to like specific specific things that people raised. Anybody that somebody raised, please go ahead and speak on that.
You've basically already said, I think, what I wanted to say regarding the whole mental gymnastics that we just have to do for certain things to make sense. If I'm watching a film and I'm already paying attention to what's happening in the film, I don't see any reason why I should be using the other part of my brain power to be thinking, okay, this is something that something that you're not making clear to us. It's not supposed to be my responsibility as the audience to like fill in the gaps. That should be your writer's responsibility. And basically, I kind of wanted to continue some of the bads that I had. One of the bads.
Has it been mentioned?
Huh?
Has it been mentioned?
I don't think so.
Okay.
It's just a little continuity error, and that's regarding the is it continuity? No, editing error. That's regarding the murder that took place in the barbing salon. So first of all, when this guy was reading the newspaper, he drops the newspaper, but then the next shot happens to be this kind of aerial shot. But in the next aerial shot, he's still holding the newspaper. So the other things I wanted to say, they've already been said. That's the other one thing I wanted to add. And that's it. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Jimmy. I think Elizabeth.
Okay, sorry. So this is the pushback of pushback. So I'll just say, you've already said, but if you find yourself explaining something that was not shown or inferred, then it is unnecessary. Please don't do that. If it's not there, it did not exist. This movie had no premise until the revenge. We really don't know what was going on there. We just saw the lives and times of Isaleko children. That was all that was happening. We did not have anything to hold on to that pushed the story forward until Pana died. And that was way past off. We've even entered the second act. And then, so for me, it is bad writing to give him a reason accidentally. It is lazy, it is too neat, and it is too convenient. Because before then, what exactly is this movie about? You had set up two major deaths that anchored Oba, that his dad died, his foster dad died, and then you now gave Oba was not mistakenly falling into information. What do you mean? Without actually doing the work. So what was it about? So it was until Pana, and after Pana died, he was just walking into information. Hey, this is how Pana died. Hey, this is how your dad died. Hey, this is how your second dad died. Come on. So first, and then someone said, Kazim outsmarted, please. I knew Kazim did everything. I knew he killed Nino. I knew from like the second scene in this movie. So you mean to say that this smart boy did not for once show his intelligence, just once, so he did not mistakenly use his brilliant smartness to figure anything out. So you're saying that the audience wants to be explained to. Please give us some credit. I watched Enmity Gene last week. this enmity gene hardly had any dialogue. Enmity gene hardly had any dialogue. But I wasn't lost on what this movie was saying. So we are saying that there are inconsistencies in characterization, and therefore there is hardly any form of character development. So if the consistency from the younger, it's different from the consistency, please help the audience follow through. So nobody is saying that Jade needs to spoon feed us. She only needs to treat us like people who already watch films. That's it. Thank you. And then, sorry, again, I was only close to tears once, and it was because of Yabo. It was in the duality of her character, the wickedness, the misguided love, the tenderness. She was scared as a mother and everything. And you see, she's doing all these things for this boy. And that was the time I shed a tear because you could see how she quivered. She just caused this boy, and then she's scared that this boy, she's going to lose him forever. But for Chike's dad, he did nothing for me because wait to concern me, this deadbeat boy. Okay. And then when his mom was crying to sorry, because the last time I saw her in the same frame with Chiki, she was loving the life that her son was a collector. So I didn't care for that. And then I want to mention one thing that I noticed. Kazim fell when he was shot. Was it vertically and then it landed horizontally? I don't know if anybody caught that. Thank you.
Oh yeah, that's we needed to really impact that car. Well, that's the car that gets it wasn't a car flip, but at least a car got something in this film. All right. Thanks, Elizabeth. Ainka?
Yeah, so I got the pushback, a quick I had a pushback from before, now I have another pushback. Accent and language does not have to is not connected to blood, okay? It's connected to where you grew up primarily and what language is spoken in your home. If he grows up in Nisaleku, I just said he will know how to speak Yoruba very well. More than me, because I've been here for like maybe 10, 15 years and my accent is gone. So my accent, and I'm Yoruba, and my blood is Yoruba. So we should not think that accent and something is connected to like being ethnicity or something. No. It's connected to where you grew up and what language you were surrounded by. Okay? That was just a mistake. We shouldn't we shouldn't create something that is something to excuse this movie. Also, yes, again, more movie makers than Jade have been doing the crime drama thing. And it's about to get tiresome just because of King of Boys happen. And it happens. Look, this thing happens all over. I keep on saying this. All over film industries across the world. I have watched enough Korean dramas to know that once one big Korean drama comes, for some reason, every single other Korean drama will be going the same thing. Or Chinese one, or even American one. So it's please, Nigerian people, please start changing it before it gets tiresome. This is now a pushback. This is in favor of the movie. See, for me, when I was watching it, right, once they started praising Nino, like he was a good person, and this movie showed that it was not going to do any more analysis than that. That's when I was like, this is a popcorn movie that is just going to take you from point A to B. So I changed my something to appreciate the movie for what it is, which is this movie. We shouldn't be, I don't think we should be asking the logical, well, we can. It's actually, we can. It's an appropriate criticism for the movie. But I just say now, enjoy it as a popcorn, nearly superficial, very aesthetic driven, because again, in that scene where she went to go get they went to go get the gun, she changed into a pretty feminine clothing, and she just goes into the office, empty office, for no reason other than for just to do the framing that was beautiful and maybe to also look at to see them take the guns. She can do that by just standing right there. She followed them all the way to the something. So she would have already known that they have guns. They have guns that they're bringing in. Why did you take her if you don't want her to know that you have guns that you're bringing in? It makes no sense in the writing. But like, the movie is just there for like certain scenes that JD had in her head. She needed an excuse to have people there. And that's my pushback. Like, guys, let's just enjoy the movie for what it is. Like, I don't think we should ask a movie that was not necessarily going to be an exploration of something more, a movie that was not going to have like, I think she thought she was writing an anti-hero with great spots like gangs of what's it called? Kings of Boys. But no, she wasn't doing that. She was doing a pretty like the movie was praising Nino, like Nino was the nice one. And then the other one was the Joker. Like, what's the difference? There was not a real like queenie of the characters, and I've noticed this in Jade's movies. This is why I said that she's a popcorn, like she's a pretty competent filmmaker, but it's very very surface level, like Michael Bay, very very surface level, and that's what we should expect from her. And that's what I expect from her. And she does it very well. She's very good and she's very talented. And that's my pushback for this movie.
All
In
right.
it. It's not a 4D movie. Stop inferring. Like you can. I can't say stop. You can do that. But you're on thin ice. I just think you're on thin ice when you do that. That film analysis type of thing could be on very thin ice.
All right. Okay, thanks, Anka. I think that is all the pushback. Let's start doing our summaries just to give people a general flavor of what we actually think of the thing. Sorry if you're in the queue to speak. We just lock the speaking thing after a while. But we are Nollywood Film Club. We do this every Sunday. Next Sunday we'll be picking a film to discuss, and we'll see how it goes from there. All right. Tamala, is this pushback to pushback to pushback?
No, I thought we were raising our hands for summary.
No, I'll just going loose order of what I remember it to be. All right, okay. So Vanessa.
Hi. So yeah, my summary is this. It was an entertaining watch, largely. The first 30 minutes of the film were probably the better 30 minutes of the film, even though eventually that was sort of the problem with it. I personally have been inundated by crime Nollywood movies. However, if you have not been inundated, then you would enjoy this. They're pretty good performances from supporting actors. Chioma Akpotha is one of them, and Iyabo Ojo as well is a standout. So yeah, it's an entertaining popcorn movie. I don't feel like you will feel like 2 hours of your time was wasted, but it wasn't the most exciting thing I've seen. But pretty much nothing I've seen for the past quarter of this year in Nollywood has been. So this is the better part of 2023. So yeah, do with that what you will.
All right, thanks, Vanessa. Ahmad, did you please give us a quick summary?
I would say this is a good film, but I would actually recommend it for anyone to watch. Even though the writing is bad, but it's okay for Nollywood, and it's the best any streaming platform original we've seen in Nollywood, actually, for me. So and I could perceive that there is going to be a sequel. I want them to do better with the sequel. If they would do something, if there would be a sequel, they should do better with it. That's all I have to say.
All right, thanks, Ahmad. Did you, Elizabeth?
I want to say that this is an exciting watch. Like Vanessa said, at least the first scene. I liked all the action, except for the last one. I liked all the action scenes. It's exciting. The writing does not exist, but you enjoy watching it. So it's a good popcorn movie, and it's the best we've had for this first half, and maybe actually from last year also.
All right, thanks, Elizabeth. Inka.
As I always say, and I personally enjoyed what's it called? The popcornness. It was lovely. It was well constructed. It was a well constructed mainstream movie, mainstream popcorn movie. Um, should you watch it? You can choose whether to watch it or not. If on a Sunday evening or when you come back from work and you want to distress yourself, you put it on. If you like it, it's good. If you don't like it, choose a different movie. That's it.
All right, thanks, Monica. Atas? Atas, are you there? All right, Obina, do you want to... Oh, sorry, to me, I missed you. Like you first.
Yeah.
Give us a quick summary, please.
Okay. Gangs of Lagos is a visually captivating film with strong performances from the cast. However, there are some issues with underdeveloped characters that hinder emotional connection. Despite these flaws, the film's unique portrayal of Lagos and its memorable moments make it a worthwhile watch.
All right, thanks to me. Succinct. Obina, if you want to.
Yeah, so this is a film that is really has a visual spectacle to it. It's compelling, it's gritty, it has interesting characters. It is not a perfect film. Just like most films are not 100%. I feel that there will always be a scenario where, that scenario where a lot of filmmakers copy each other. But the thing about it is that, I mean, I will never get tired of watching a British crime drama, and they've been making them for years. I think what is missing here is that we have not explored the length and depth of the stories we can tell. I feel that a lot of it is still facing in the same direction. What is wrong in turning the other direction? So I feel there's still the multidimensionality of stories that we can explore, even in the gang violence and everything is action related. So there's still a lot of room for exploring more, a lot of room for improvement. Like I would always say, Nollywood is growing in leaps and bounds. I think that we are turning a corner gradually. It may take longer, but with projects like Gang of Lagos, there's a lot of hope for our industry. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Obina. Damola, do you want to say, give us your summary?
I just think it's I just reiterate, I think it's a great film. I think it's Jade's best till date. I think that there's a lot of intentionality in terms of the cinematography and just the art. It's such a well balanced film, I think. Just in terms of attention to sort of commercial strategy versus still wanting to deliver something high quality and kind of poignant as well. And I just think she's going in the right direction. I think it's the direction she intends to go in. And I think she can only, I think she'll just keep practicing and getting better at it. I totally agree with the length and breadth thing. I do want to see us like explore even, further beyond the spectrum of just normal life and just because Lagos, for example, is just such a weird place. I feel like we can push the boundaries, and I want to see more of that. So this is a step in the right direction, in my opinion.
All right. Thanks, Damola. Shagun, missed you a bit. The summary.
Yeah. When did I cut off when I was doing my good? Did I get everything out, or I felt like I was just rambling to myself and everything stopped?
I don't know, but when the summary, Sha.
So okay, sorry. I missed the bad, but like from everything that I only watched it once, and the bad was from me. The only bad was that green screen thing with the newscaster thing, just poorly done. I felt that they should have redone that one, regardless of whatever it would take. Okay, so for a summary, I feel this film, because I've heard everybody's pushbacks and all of that, but I feel like this film is is an improvement on everything we've been doing. And I said something to someone, and I said that at this point, this is the greatest Nollywood film that has been done, and it's going to be very hard to top. At this point, so I hope somebody proves me wrong, but the only person that can top this movie now is Jade. But I hope that somebody else would. I hope somebody will look at what she has done and decide to follow her path. But if not, I doubt anybody can top this thing at this point. For me, this is the best movie I've watched as far as Nollywood is concerned. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Shagun. But obviously, I disagree. Hashtag not my Oba. Atas, do you want to say, give us your stuff?
Summary. Yeah. I had a really good time watching, and it was good to feel something in a movie again. And I love the colors, and I really, really love Nina's orange pants. And if someone has a recommendation for them, that would be great. But some plot faults, otherwise a great watch, and I would probably watch it again.
All right, that is high praise if you do know Atas. So thanks, Atas. Think Rotimi.
Yeah, hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. This was for me. This probably the best original that I've seen since streaming platforms came into Nigeria, and I think it's an improvement for Nollywood. I hope that I believe in competition. I believe in good competition. I hope that this spurs other people to try and step up their game, and it will just help improve the overall quality of our filmmaking and storytelling. Even the issues with what we have with the story, I think these are still growing. It's still growing pains, but I know I'm seeing improvements, and that's all I can ask for. I don't expect perfection. I just want to see incremental improvements, and the projects and the stories will get better with time as long as we keep trying to up our game. And this was a great attempt, a very strong attempt at trying to raise the game, the overall filmmaking quality in Nigeria. Jade deserves all the props that she's getting. Thank you.
All right, thanks for me. Obina, please give us your summary. Have you? I can't remember if I've already.
Oh yes, I had spoken.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay, it's Mrs.
Yeah.
C. Thanks. Mrs. C.
Yeah, it was an entertaining watch. It had its problems, but I think a lot of people will enjoy this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. I actually hear a lot of what people say regarding if this was the standard, like if this was our average thing, we would be in a much better place as Nollywood industry wise. We would be in a much better place. But I definitely don't agree that this is the best Nollywood film. I don't think he's even the best crime film. I think King of Boys is better than this. I guess maybe when you start putting in looks and things, because of how much
Lies.
when we start putting in
Can't believe ever. I know.
when we start putting in I've muted it. Everybody, I'll be shouting my own summary. When you start adding all these other things, it might make maybe a more compelling argument. But for the story, if everything is in service of the story, the production, and all of this, I don't think this is definitely the best Nollywood, not the best crime. I don't even think this is Jade's best crime movie. I think The Trade still holds that for me. The cinematography, this is not the best cinematography Jade has done. The Trade probably holds that. The characters for me in The Trade are better, more rounded. Even the story I like better in of the Trade. Some people argue whether this is the best Jade Toby combination, but no. I see how this is more valor than what Brotherhood was offering. But yes, that's my only worry, because as far as Jade's high standard, I don't think this was. This didn't show me the improvement that I wanted to see. I've taken into consideration this was shot in 2021. So maybe I have that at the back of my head, but the trailer was showing like 2018, wasn't it? So I don't know. Not share the progression for me that I was hoping for. And I've been kind of a Jade fan. I still am, I guess, because like she's still, however I want to put this, I'm still going to recommend it to most Nigerians because I think most Nigerians will enjoy it. It's just like she's one of the few directors I'm hoping can start playing with the big boys soon. And this wasn't the direction I wanted for me because I should have been more certain that this was Jade's best film, and I don't think it is. All right. But thanks for everybody who has sat through this. This has been a long one, as expected. We do this every Sunday, so we'll be doing a different film next Sunday if you want to join us, 6 p.m. Watt. For anybody who you thought sound interesting, that's always good because a lot of these people do come in on other Sundays. So, but thanks for everybody who spoke. Thanks for all of you who've been listening, and we'll see you next week. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thanks for listening to the episode. If you enjoyed listening and would like to join live, just follow us on Twitter at Iroko Critic and join us every Sunday, 6 p.m. West African time on our spaces.